If I can have everybody's attention, we are ready to go. Good afternoon. The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I am Ken Kyler, President of the Board of Education. I would like to welcome you to the April 13th, 2022 board meeting. In keeping with the board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamed live on CCPS website and broadcast live on Channel 21. We are also recording this meeting so that it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. Citizen participation is scheduled on the agenda for approximately 5:15 and 6:30. We have an additional agenda item before public comments. We're not going to make the 5:15, and I know a lot of people are signing up to speak. We have said we need to hold it to 20 people, so they're going to collect the cards and decide how many we have and divvy up who can speak and try to do it by topic. Speakers will be directed into the boardroom from the building lobby. Speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board. As a reminder, please silence all cell phones and other devices. Also, board members, please turn off your microphones when you are not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Can I have a motion for the approval of the minutes of the March 9th, 2022 meeting?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Just have one thing. On the first page, when it says the name of the president of CCSGA, Ms. Jamie Hahn, the name is misspelled. It should be Jaimie.
Okay, any other corrections or changes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The Carroll County Student Government Report.
Jamie has a tennis match today, so I will be giving the report on her stead. Good evening, board members. CCSGA held a staff meeting yesterday, the same day that the ballot for the Shrub-elect election closed. We are very delighted to congratulate Sahitya Sudhakar, a sophomore from Liberty High School, as the next Shrub-elect. Over 1,800 high school students across the county voted in this election, and we are excited for what the next school years will look like with this new election process and avenue for students to exercise their voice. We received a lot of great feedback from the election, and now we are looking towards the CCSGA officer elections in May. The application deadline for those were extended until Friday, April 22nd, so if student leaders are interested in running for president, vice president, secretary, or second vice president, please reach out to your advisors or Mr. Melhorn. On March 16th, some of our staff and student leaders presented a workshop at the Navigating Difficult Waters event, and we hope that this is an event that can receive more publicity in the future. On March 25th, CCSGA attended our Advocacy Day trip to Annapolis, where we toured the Maryland State House. We got a tour of parts of the House, the underground tunnel, and attended part of the Senate hearing. We even saw Governor Hogan walking outside of his house, and you can find a picture of him and our delegates on our Instagram page. Lastly, we spent the meeting discussing the future Board of Education forums. One forum will be held on May 2nd at 6:30 p.m. at Liberty High School, and another will be hosted by the Carroll Kids for Equity on May 22nd at 4 p.m. at the Carroll Arts Center. Again, congratulations to Sahitya, and if student leaders are interested in running for a CCSJ officer position, applications are due April 22nd. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Item 1F, political neutrality and flag policy.
Your mic's on.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I turned it off while you spoke and forgot. Political neutrality and flag policy.
Thank you, Mr. Kyler. I'll start things off. Recently, our schools received a donation of small desk or pencil holder pride flags for staff from P-Flag. They were made available only to any staff that wanted one, and since that time, any leftover donated flags were collected to be sent to central office. To be clear, as with all donations to schools, staff are not required to take donations if they choose not to. It's also important to reiterate that Carroll County Public Schools, as we talk about at all of our meetings, strives to meet the needs of all students in our system. So as follow-up, as part of that conversation and topic, I know the board wanted to have some discussion on the topic of flags. So with that, I'll turn back over to the board.
Correct. Donna?
Mr. Kyler, I guess I'll start it off. I had some comments that I wanted to make, so if you bear with me. I personally believe that the way the situation was handled violates our political neutrality policy. Our classrooms and our school-owned property are not billboards for whatever political issue is in favor at the moment. To be clear, many social justice organizations are in fact political entities and are politically motivated if you read their mission statements. If we accept flags or other materials from one politically motivated organization, then we need to accept them all. We need to start accepting materials donated by pro-life, NRA, Back the Blue, BLM, Christian organizations, and so on and so forth. Our school buildings and our classrooms are not the place where we allow one political group to advertise and promote their agenda, even if it's a cause that we may generally agree with. Because what one group of people view as favorable, another group of people may view as offensive, and vice versa. We all have different perspectives and beliefs, and we need to ensure that we respect and protect all of our students in alignment with their parents' rights as well. I want to be very clear. I fully support the right to free speech. Our founding fathers' vision to allow free speech is a cornerstone of our great nation, but there are limits. In the context of classrooms and school property, our students are a captive audience, and as such need to be protected from all political agendas, both from the right and the left. This situation is exactly why we developed and supported the political neutrality policy in the first place. Students have the right to express themselves as they wish, as long as it is not disruptive to the classroom. Make no mistake, I respect the LGBTQ+ community, and I want every student to feel safe in our schools. Let me say that again, every student to feel safe in our schools. I also respect parents' rights to have important conversations with their kids when and where they deem appropriate based on that family's own situation and beliefs. I also respect the rights of teachers to work in a non-hostile work environment, deliver an effective lesson, and support all kids in the best way that they can. But we require that they do it in a politically neutral way that creates a safe space for every student in our schools. However, many teachers have reached out to me saying that they've been pressured or bullied to put flags in their classrooms, and that's a problem that needs to be addressed. There is a better way to go about this situation. We could modify our political neutrality policy to close what may be perceived as loopholes. There seems to be some feeling that because these items were donated, that they are acceptable. I don't think that's actually the case. We could propose language to add to the existing policy to take away the gray area and determine what is and what is not considered political when it comes to flags, posters, literature, anything else that might get posted in a classroom or on school property. However, I think it might be a better first step to create a new flag policy. Some suggested wording to get us started might be something like this. Unless specifically related to the subject matter being taught and the curriculum being addressed, the only flags and related posters, advertisements, literature, handouts that are permitted by CCPS in our classrooms and in school buildings are 1, the American flag, 2, the Maryland state flag, and 3, the Carroll County flag. Additionally, each and every classroom must have a physical American flag displayed with at least a minimum defined size. I would also like to consider including in that policy a curriculum requirement to teach that the American flag is the symbol that unites us all. It stands for freedom, dignity, and respect for all, regardless of our differences. Our pledge to the American flag states indivisible with liberty and justice for all. It means dignity and respect for everyone. It means that all parts of a school are safe spaces and that all teachers are trusted adults. We have a zero-tolerance policy for bullying and discrimination of any kind. We need to remove all the political agendas that are so divisive right now and get back to focusing on instruction and academics.
Thank you. And if we're going to talk about a flag policy, currently, we have no flag policies as Carroll County Public Schools. There is a Maryland law that every classroom must have an American flag, and that's the only thing we follow. So I guess since you spoke, and let me say one more thing. To do a policy, we would need to, tonight, direct staff to develop a policy, bring it back to a meeting, discuss it, give 30 days public comment, and then pass it or not pass it. So would you like to make a motion with some of the stuff you said, that we ask staff to start that process? And I would like to make sure the motion contains and culminate the process as quickly as possible.
Okay, so I can make a motion to ask staff to start drafting a policy, a new flag policy with the items that I had mentioned. Should I repeat them, or we just want to say that?
You covered it.
You've already covered it, so to start developing a flag policy, and that we would go through the standard process for developing a new policy, but trying to do that as quickly as possible.
I'll second that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Devanshi?
So I'm trying to understand what the main issue is at hand. So is the issue that these flags were donated by an outside organization? Because suppose if these flags, many schools in our county have an LGBTQ plus and allies club. So what if these flags were donated to the school and teachers by that club? Would that make it now permissible? Because I'm just trying to understand the issue, because you said that because they were donated by an outside organization that may have these political leanings, supposedly, that is why this has become an issue.
Yes, I believe that you need to listen carefully to what Ms. Segeda just said. She is proposing with a second to develop a policy on flags, and I think we need to limit it to that right now. So she gave her reasoning, and I don't know that there's further discussion needed on that, but a policy will be developed and brought to the board to address all of these concerns.
So are we currently discussing whether the policy should be brought forth and developed?
Yes.
Okay.
I wrote down a few notes regarding this as well. One of my biggest concerns that I did hear from teachers is they felt as if they were being bullied as well. The president of CCA was here last month and, talked about how our teachers keep getting so much added to their plates. And right now you have teachers who are saying, wait a minute, I feel like you're telling me I'm not supposed to discuss something in my classroom, and now I'm being bullied to either decide I need to have one of this in my classroom or not by other staff members. And that's not fair to our teachers at all. It's not okay to make anybody feel uncomfortable in a school. So we need to be very mindful of everyone as a whole. What I find disheartening is when I hear that a student sees a piece of cloth as a way to feel safe. All of our teachers go through various trainings before they're certified to be a teacher. As a psychology major, there is so much I learn about. All teachers are safe people. All teachers are someone that you can go and talk to. And a piece of cloth should not identify that. That's not to me, that's not appropriate. You know, our guidance counselors have the resources available. We go through administrators to guide others in what they, you know, to do and how to help. We have laws in place already for equal rights. You know, we want to be supportive of all of our students, all of them, every single one of them. We also need to be supportive of all of our staff, every single one of them. And at no time should anyone feel uncomfortable. Not once. So, you know, we need to definitely make sure that, you know, the environment in our schools is safe for everyone. We're not singling out anyone in particular. We're not saying one group is more important than another. You know, we just need to make sure that we are making it fair for everyone. And, you know, we have our Sources of Strength program, and I think it would be good, you know, once we get all this straightened out, that, you know, that's a good resource to have in our classrooms, is some type of identifying that a teacher has been through the Sources of Strength program to let people know that that's the training they have received for trauma informed. That's a good program. That's a good resource. So we just need to be mindful and respectful of everyone. And that's how we need to look at this.
Marcia?
We worked really hard on this political neutral policy, and I do believe it was violated. But even more, I felt that our educators were put in a difficult situation. And I think we've all learned by this. We need this corrected, and we also need to adhere and make a new, from the ground up, a new flag policy. I could say a lot more, but a lot of things have been said, and we need to go forward. And it's a very sad situation that this happened, and we have learned a lot. We have, you have, educators have, and I will say, and I know this has happened to some of you, my granddaughter came home yesterday and wanted to know what that flag was all about. And I couldn't even talk about it yesterday to her. I couldn't, you know. I want to take my time and explain to her, and I want everyone in this world to be respected. But you know, they didn't know what it was all about. And she was in elementary school, and it was just a very bad set of circumstances. Ms. Pat?
Okay, thanks. I'll just share again. I think the underlying theme that I'm hearing is about respect. And certainly, we need to respect each and every student. And notice we're not saying all, but we're looking at each and every student. Certainly feeling respected and being respected, and being in an environment that's not hostile, where there's no harassment or bullying. Those are the kinds of environments that we want our students to learn in. And I know some people, as they have talked, they've referred back to, you know, Maslow, one of the persons that, for those of us who are in education, you know, we learned his theory years ago about how everyone needs to feel a sense of belonging and a sense of ownership. So we want each student to feel like they belong in our schools, and we certainly want them to feel safe. We want them to feel respected. So I would really support taking a look at developing a flag policy, knowing that, you know, there are only certain flags that we would encourage in all of our classrooms. In fact, it goes even beyond encouragement. I mean, we're sort of held by statute or by law to make sure that we do have the American flag present in our classrooms. And again, our county and state flags I would support having as well. So again, the bottom line is making sure that everyone feels safe, everyone feels respected.
So, when we were discussing the political neutrality policy to begin with, this was one of the questions and concerns that I had, that if a teacher wanted to display a pride flag in their classroom as a show of support and acceptance to students, that would they be allowed to do so? And at the time, based on what I heard from the board members, that was permissible. So, in principle, if we are wanting to accept all students, in my view, if we are seeking to accept all students, then I cannot, in principle, support this flag policy.
I think we might be saying, I think that what I might hear us saying is that, again, if a teacher would choose at this point to have a flag on his or her classroom desk or in his or her classroom, that could be acceptable at this time. But I think we're saying that to have every classroom in every school with the flag is something that we're not expecting, teachers to do. Again, it's for those who would choose to have their students feel safe in that manner. So it's just that we're not saying that everybody has to do it. We're not treating that the same way we are treating the American flag or the state flag.
And I understand that. It's just that based on the motion that was presented, I get the sense that the only flags allowed in the classroom from here on out will be those 3 flags, and that. Which is why I just don't think this policy would be beneficial for our students.
Please do not be disruptive. What this does, it opens up a gateway for other flags to come into our schools that other peoples will not like. We've already banned the Confederate flag, and that was done a couple years ago, okay? What this has done is opened up a door. Okay, if you're going to be disruptive, you need to leave. Outbursts would not be tolerated. We need to be respectful of all students, okay? And I completely understand what you're saying. But what has happened, it had put many students and teachers, particularly, in a bad spot. Because some teachers felt they had to because of their staff members as well. Just as Ms. Savigny had said, this can open up a door to pro-life flags, don't tread on me flags, other political affiliated groups, and we have a political neutrality policy. The premise behind the pride flag was social advocacy. It was a social advocacy, which is political. And we have to be very careful with it. It's not saying we don't support our students who are LGBTQ, because I do. I have family members, I have friends, my daughter has friends, very supportive. But when we're saying that a small piece of cloth is your safe space, that's also, that's a wrong message to send. When teachers, any teacher, should be the person you be able to talk to if you don't feel safe at home or elsewhere. So we have to make sure that we are making our classroom a safe and welcoming environment for everyone.
Mr. Tugg, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I sincerely hope that students feel they can reach out to any teacher, and that should be our goal. It's just that that is not the reality right now. It's not the reality.
Then we have bigger problems as a school system if a piece of cloth is the way a student feels that they can go and talk to somebody.
Okay.
We have a bigger problem then.
And we have
But,
to fix that.
and we need to fix that. That's why I said Sources of Strength is an incredible resource, because those teachers who go through Sources of Strength, which is a trauma-informed course, and you learn to identify things and see things, and you know, teachers start identifying, you know, any issue that a student may have. Ms. Savigny and I are Sources of Strength certified. We went through the training. So having, well, whether it's a plaque, whether it's some type of documentation that that teacher is trauma-informed, to me, that's appropriate. But a piece of cloth is not the appropriate way to do something like that, and it is political. And I know you don't agree, and I know that, but it is very political. And it is the same as, you know, many other flags that are out there, that for some, they're not political, but for others, they are.
Okay, board members, if I can, I'd like to make a clarifying point, but then also say a few words. Number one, the motion is to develop a policy. It'll go through its normal process. We'll all get to have input on what we want in it and not in it, as well as the public will. So I think we're not sitting here setting the policy. We're saying, please write one and we'll develop it. Now, stuff from my thoughts, and I'll try to skip through and not repeat. I have spoken at past board meetings that I supported making kids comfortable to come to a teacher. I do not support teachers being bullied to take that. I do not support a political entity deciding what's in our schools. And I think we need to make a generic policy to hopefully control that. One of the things that really upsets me about the country today, we sit here and talk about not bullying and accepting groups, and the people who are telling us we shouldn't bully are calling me a white supremacist and a racist and a homophobic and everything else. That's not two-way. You get respect by earning respect, and we all need to, I'm sure we're not going to all get up and hug after the meeting, but we need to be civil to each other. And I'm not opposed to any group, and I try to listen to every group that comes here. My family's more diverse than Carroll County. I think we represent 3 different continents, not just countries. I have gay friends. I have gay married friends. I have gay family members that are raising children, and I embrace it all. But I'm not going to bully somebody to make sure you embrace it also. It's just like masks, I'm pro-choice, and we need to stay that way. Dr. Locke, if there's no other comments,
I'm sorry, if people in the crowd are going to continue to be disruptive, you're going to need to leave. It needs to stop.
I ignore it. If no one else has any, oh, I'm sorry. Devanshi?
I don't know if this is within the bounds of the motion, but Mr. Keller, when you say it's pro-choice, then in my view, it's also pro-choosing whether to accept someone. Or it implies to students that it's okay if you make your gay or trans classmate an other. It's okay if you choose not to include them.
Yeah, I definitely, I don't want to cut in. I had no intention, if that's what you got my message. What I'm saying is, these flags were shoved down teachers' throats to put on their desk. That's not inclusive. That's not the way it ought to be. And I don't recall in my too long life rejecting anyone. And I don't advocate for that, and that's not what I want choice. Please don't misrepresent what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, this has been a disruption, as we've proven tonight, and we need to not allow the disruptions in our classrooms or on our school properties. But please don't say I'm saying,
All right, and thank you for clarifying that. And it's just based on what I've heard about the situation so far, I thought teachers had the choice to whether to put the flag in their classroom or not. And I don't,
that was the intention.
That was the intention, and, you know, the thing I refer back is for probably more than, well, easily more than a decade, they have had that choice. So the pride flag has been, you know, on a desk or on a lapel button or a sticker in the doorway. And I know that that is very important to our students as a sign of acceptance and inclusivity. And I certainly struggle not having that for them. I feel like we've heard from our LGBTQ students and families, and there are struggles there. We talk about high rates of suicide. That concerns me a lot. I don't want to see us lose inclusivity or the ability for our students to be able to seek out support.
and I guess one final thing I say is that in the 21st century, I just can't believe that we're still having to discuss LGBTQ plus students, accepting them, and just even displaying the pride flag as a symbol of acceptance. So I guess I'm a bit disappointed in that respect right now.
Thank you. And again, for clarity, I have nothing against any of that. I have something against a political body coming and forcing something on our teachers. And the best thing I feel we can do is develop a clear policy that keeps not that group, but any group from doing it, you know, and that's where I am. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passed. Mr. Tavia, public comments. Did you guys figure out the 20? And what you're saying is, and the people that sign cards, there's not any clear groups to spread people out, so the decision is to just take the first 20? And if the rest want to stay until the next spot on the agenda, they can speak then?
And
Does the board have any objection to that? Okay. So
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
20 now, and if any of the rest want to stay, we have it on the agenda later for that purpose, for more people that come, and they're welcome to stay and be part of that.
And
You okay with that, or?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Mr. Kyler, could I also suggest that if you're here with people and you know that you're speaking about the same topic, would it be reasonable for them to only have one person speak, but have multiple people stand with them?
Yes, if anybody wants to go 3 at a time to help everybody get the opportunity, that's, yeah, you're most welcome, but if you don't, you signed up, and Tara.
Okay. To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers will be allowed to address the board for the allotted 3 minutes. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Citizen participation is not intended to be a question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent and board reserves the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the citizen participation period. Statements to the board should relate to a recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. It is the intent of the board to allow all citizens an opportunity to speak. Therefore, the board has scheduled time on the agenda for citizen participation at approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics may be addressed. If 30 minutes has passed and there are citizens who have not addressed the board, additional time may be allowed later in the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. All comments should be directed to the board members at the dais. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence. Citizens must leave any handouts for board members on the table at the back of the boardroom. Please do not approach the dais. Additionally, the public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. Those seated in the audience are asked to be respectful of the speaker and refrain from commenting to the speaker or to the board members. Our first speaker is Shannon Brooks, and please correct me if I mispronounce your name wrong.
And I do apologize, I lost my voice a bit from a cold here recently. Good evening, board members. My name is Shannon Brooks, and I am a taxpaying resident of Carroll County who also happens to be an educator here. And when I say I'm a taxpaying resident, I mean I am a born and raised Carroll Countyan. I grew up with Joshua in my backyard, jumping off the hayloft in my best friend's barn, going up to the duck pond off of 140. And I am a product of Carroll County Public Schools, a proud product. And while I did learn a lot of math, writing, and Spanish, my education left me woefully unprepared for the real world and contributed to my struggle with accepting myself. By the time I was 8 years old, I knew something was different about me. I struggled with paying attention in class, had difficulty making friends, and couldn't figure out for the life of me the social cues of my peers and teachers. By 4th grade, I had become convinced that I was being punished by God, that I was broken. And I hated the kid looking back at me in the mirror. These broken thoughts plagued me into high school, where they turned into suicidal ideation and self-harm. This is where the school system failed me. Rather than noticing that something was wrong and trying to help, my elementary teachers labeled me as problematic, talking too much, lazy, with one 4th grade teacher going so far as to accuse me of plagiarizing a poem because there was no way I could have written that. I was terrified to tell my parents about what I was going through because all I knew were the stereotypes about people like me. And I didn't want to embarrass my family. I'm sorry. It wasn't until after I attempted a suicide at the age of 20 that I started to get help. It took even longer for me to finally face my fear of being stigmatized to start medication. I am now 29 years old, going on 30, and still struggle to accept the parts of myself that I was taught to be ashamed of and hide from the world. When I was growing up, social emotional learning wasn't a thing. Now it is. I am so proud of my colleagues who take the time to look past the stereotypes and work with parents to get the children the support they actually need, and the tools and resources to know how to help themselves and know when to ask for help. But now we have groups trying to say that teachers who utilize social emotional learning are groomers and pedophiles. They say that teachers who choose to affirm their students support mental illness. One parent commented on a public post saying that these sick people need to be put down like the rabid animals that they are. There is even a Carroll County educator that commented, and I quote, "I feel like I am teaching Satan's kids." I am not a political position. My students are not political positions. We are people. We are human beings who deserve respect just like everyone else. Our students deserve to be seen, and our teachers need to not fear retribution for helping their kids so that they can learn effectively. I am proud of who I am today, and I do not want any student to ever suffer in silence the way that I did. Please support our teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Joe Secca.
All right, I'm going to wing this one. So the reason there's only one flag in the classroom is because that flag is for everyone. Now, I know the LGBT community historically and still currently, it doesn't feel that way. And so there's this need to force it on people, which is what's happening around the country now. But you can't force that on us any more than we can force our I know it's not an ideology for you, but it's becoming one, and that's what we're opposed to. So you can't have that flag in the classroom just because you feel included, but then it excludes heterosexual students, and it's not within the purview of a math teacher, a science teacher, whatever, to be handling that sort of issue. So maybe the solution is that anyone struggling with that, and the teachers need to be trained better to handle this, is that teachers just, even if they're not willing to handle it themselves, they can pass it along to the guidance counselor or anyone, so that, we're not imposing on anyone with, their certain political needs or whatever. But yeah, but I mean, it's all across the country. The LGBT community, I don't think understands a lot what's being done in their name. I mean, you have teachers going to young kids and transitioning them without the parents' consent. I mean, kids that young don't know. I mean, they're not thinking about sex, sexuality, any of that till probably middle school when they're hitting puberty. So it's not within the purview of a teacher to handle that. It's something that, the guidance counselor, which, you can provide LGBT resources for them that, you can work with LGBT groups, like I think one's PFLAG. They can work with the guidance counselor, stuff like that. But like I said, it's not something that should be handled by your, on the ground frontline teacher, because they're not trained to handle it. And also, it's just the news also, which a lot of people, I guess, still haven't figured out that the news isn't really news. It's just corporate propaganda. So they say, oh, conservatives are out to persecute you. No. There's been sexually explicit content being exposed to students at a young age. Some of it's pedophilic. That's the kind of stuff we're after. We're not here to persecute you individually. We want, a live, let live policy. I don't agree with it myself, but I'm not here to persecute you about it. So just don't force it on us. We won't force it on you. So thank you.
Next speaker is Kathleen Clegg.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Clegg, and I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. My father's family settled here in Carrollton in Carroll County in the mid-1800s from Ireland. My husband and I moved to Carroll County 28 years ago because after much research, we found the schools in Carroll County to exceed basic requirements. Some of the schools in North Carroll had even received awards of excellence. I trusted my children to their care. I'm not sure I can say the same today for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. I'm here to speak briefly about the health curriculum for students kindergarten through 3rd grade, although I feel the same about 4th grade through 12th as well. I am troubled and I'm disturbed at what the Maryland State Board has decided is best for the children of this state. And I am so afraid that our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will be subjected to this. Our children deserve better. Please do not consider implementing the health curriculum suggested by the Maryland State Board. Our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are our most precious gift from God. They deserve to be cherished and protected. They are the future of not only this county, but of this country. Considering changing the health curriculum to what the Maryland State Board is putting in place would be damaging our children when they are most vulnerable. It would be robbing them of their innocence. There are enough things in this world right now already contributing to that. Please don't add to it. Children belong to the parents, not this county, not this state. Do not refuse to acknowledge what parents want for their children. It is their right, not yours. They decide what is best for their children to learn. The government has no right to attempt to replace parents or their decisions regarding what their children learn. This is not a socialist country, thank God. I have a great-grandson in a Carroll County Elementary School who is 1 year behind in reading. My granddaughter and her husband have been fighting to get help in IEP, but he is being denied. Something is seriously wrong when the public schools in Carroll County decides that they are willing to destroy the innocence of our precious children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, but they cannot even accomplish what they're being paid to do: teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. Don't make the mistake of stepping over the line as the Maryland State Board has done. It would also violate the political neutrality policy the board recently passed. I have already offered to pay for all homeschooling books for 8 of my grandchildren and 2 of my great-grandchildren, and help to homeschool if my children choose to pull the grandchildren out of the public school system because of the health curriculum. I respectfully ask the board to stay strong, have courage to take bold action, and say no to the state guidelines. The future of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren is in your hands with this decision. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and God bless. And I'd like to say thank you to all the teachers in Carroll County, because it's a hard job in today's world, and I respect them all. They need our prayers and our support.
Next speaker is Belinda Lawson.
Hi, my name is Belinda Lawson, and I am a registered Republican, a proud mother, and a proud American. I do not support BLM, I do not support CRT, and I do not support anything that represents anything of the like. The words diversity, equity, and inclusion has been hijacked to not actually represent anything you think. These terms have been hijacked by an activist movement that wants to indoctrinate our children the same way the Germans indoctrinated their kids with Marxist ideologies. I'm coming here today as a Black person in the community that have attended all the board meetings for the last 2 years to tell you that this type of training and learning do not help Black people. It does not help Black communities in the education of any minority students. This type of learning that focuses more on feelings and sexuality is hurting children. You should be focused on the basics: math, sciences, biology, and of course history. And yes, we need more history, but we do not need our classrooms being inundated with political ideologies that are not actual facts. I also do not support social emotional learning, because most of the school teachers are not psychotherapists, they are not psychologists, and they are not trained to do any type of psychological work with our children when they're supposed to be educating them. We do not send our healthy children to school to be evaluated by unlicensed teachers on our children's mental development. We send our children to school to learn. If any of our children have an issue as parents, we will hire a licensed professional that we choose, that we pay for, to help our children. Every single policy that you sign, you agree with, and you put forward representing equity actually stands for racism. You are discriminating against 91% of this community when you push forward policies that only represents 3.9. Minority children are just as qualified as all the white kids in your school system to be taught the same way. All Black people are not marginalized. All Black people are not living in underserved communities. Nobody should be put in a group, labeled, and identified based on race. Please stop pushing these Marxist ideologies that half of these people in the room can't even identify. Stop listening to people that have been indoctrinated at their college of choice and choose to be change agents to completely destroy the American education system. I'm counting on you to represent and listen to the majority of voters and parents in this community, especially the ones that aren't able to publicly speak because of their employment and harassment by groups like these. Thank you, and have a good night.
Next speaker is Kimberly. I do not have a last name.
Good evening. As parents, all of us want welcoming and safe environments for our teachers and children to grow in. We want everyone to be respected by the choices they make. I don't want to be insensitive to those who feel the need that they need to have conversations regarding gender and their sexual identities, but there is a time and place for these conversations, and it's not the classroom. Over the last 2 years, our children have fallen so behind on academics that we shouldn't even be allowing this type of distraction in our classrooms. Education first. We should be discussing what we can do to move our children ahead, not what their sexual preferences are. I want all of our teachers to be able to do their jobs without feeling like they have to pick a side to deal with all the things and all the things that had nothing to do with their jobs. CCPS, you allowing pride flags to be handed out to teachers puts our teachers and children in terrible positions. Fights and arguments amongst students have occurred over the last couple days. I'm troubled by the fact that CCPS has allowed politics and sexual identity activism in our schools. I had so much pride when I moved here, but I see the indoctrination has already begun here. A school district who set the example for the state and set policies in place for political neutrality, which was expected to reinforce the moderating role teachers play when discussing political topics and ensure classrooms remain within the lane of reading, writing, and arithmetic. A couple months ago, CCEA also stated that these policies already exist in schools and should be enforced, rather than create new ones. You all assured us that you would enforce this policy, but now I see the social justice politics are here. The only flags that should be displayed in our classrooms are the state and the U.S. flag. Unless you are willing to accept all flags, are you really being inclusive if you're only considering the feelings of one group? Are you willing to accept the Christian flag, the pro-life flag, by accepting the pride flag if you turn down other flags as discriminatory? I have spoken to parents of kindergartners this week who have had to discuss what the pride flag meant because their teachers are placing them in their classrooms. What happened to letting kids be kids? You say placing a flag in a teacher's classroom informs the students that they are safe to talk to about LGBTQ topics, but I'm sorry, another adult better not discuss sex or sexual identity with my child or any other child without the parent's permission. Did you think that we were just gonna allow that to happen? If a teacher discusses their religion or forces it on a student, they can be fired. Religion is not allowed and has been erased from public schools, so why should this be allowed? Stop politically grooming our children, and I ask that this board stop this today. Get back to teaching our children and making them more competitive for the real world. And I have the same problem with this that I have with CRT. You're lifting up one group of people while at the same time tearing down another group. It's causing division in our neighborhoods and our schools. We have LGBTQ students who have already said this week that they feel like they're being targeted because of the flags. So please reconsider this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Amanda Jaskowski.
Good evening, Dr. Lockard and members of the board. I'm Amanda Jaskowski, one of the candidates for Board of Education this cycle. I'm also an occupational therapist and an occupational therapy professor. Happy OT month! At the March meeting, CCEA President Basler McCullough spoke about the challenges currently faced by our special educators and the related services teams who support our students with learning differences, as well as mental and physical health needs. This includes the regular education staff, counselors and behavioral specialists, nurses, and therapists. President McCullough described the many additional tasks special educators must complete, such as testing, paperwork, and medical assistance, and the added challenge of coverage during a national teacher shortage, especially for those with training in supporting special education students. I urge you to do everything in your power to take care of these critical school system employees, who often lose sleep over other people's children. Special educators and related services employees, such as occupational therapists, and the families they serve are all very concerned with making sure students are prepared for life after receiving their diploma or certificate. Due to the pandemic, many have lost not only individualized classroom instruction time, but also access to technology and other learning opportunities, as well as therapy hours and other supportive services. Special educators also know that the family is the constant in a child's life, and that caregivers know their child's needs best. While teachers and service systems may come and go, partnering with families to work on enhancing communication, sharing strategies and resources, focusing on the child's strengths, and honoring family and cultural values is critical to the success of the relationship and the student's outcomes. Families need assistance navigating the process of determining eligibility for services and their rights and roles in receiving those services, but also they just need more time, energy, reassurance, compassion, dignity, and guidance. There is so much good work being done in CCPS to support our students with special needs, and I know that those who service them have hearts of gold and the patience of the saints. But clearly there's more that can be done to improve our system so that all learners are set up for success. I'm interested to hear how the board will prioritize funding, work to increase supports for educators and families, focus on preventive and environmental strategies to decrease the use of restraint and seclusion, keep students in their home schools to the extent possible, and actively included in the school community, enhance transition services for those aging out of the school system, and think more deeply about sharing responsibilities and accountability for high-quality instruction. Many programs that target these goals are time and training intensive, so change will not happen overnight. I'd like to see a comprehensive plan to address these issues in alignment with the blueprint implementation and strategic priorities.
Please finish your thought.
So that we can work toward a system of true inclusion, full access, and improved well-being for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Scanlon.
So first of all, I want to thank and give kudos to whoever is responsible for bringing the CCPS website into the 21st century. Central office has had its hands full these past 2 years, so let's hope tomorrow's launch goes smoothly. Obviously, it was much needed, and there are a few aspects I want to briefly highlight. So having the features standard from school to school will make navigation for parents much easier. I know I've struggled with it. Things like up-to-date staff directory will be very helpful. We have heard a lot in recent months about the media center circulation catalogs. Well, we know it's been available online for years, but finding it could be a real challenge. So depending upon the school. So first of all, parents need to know it's called Destiny. I'm sure there are some parents who don't actually know that. And based on the promo video I watched, it looks like Destiny and Clever and Home Access Center will be easy to find for all schools. And lastly, many of the parents want to see the curriculum that's being used in their child's classroom. I hope that the new website, with it, we can get more curriculum online for parents. And let me be clear, I am not talking about an individual teacher's daily lesson plans. I'm talking about the county curriculum. And I really hope the new website will increase parental engagement. And finally, spring break is almost here, and then we are on the home stretch. I want to encourage all of us not to lose sight of why we are here, the students in our buildings. Obviously, we need to continue our focus on academic achievement. That is our job as educators, no question. But that is not the only job we have. That's not the only reason we come to work. We know we have to meet our students where they are to bring them to the next level. The students in our classroom are all over the map when it comes to ability levels, their strengths, their deficiencies, and they bring that all with them. We know we have at-risk students sitting in our desks, and then there are the FARMs, 504s, IEPs. Research tells us that even small gestures like greeting students at the door increases engagement and achievement. And those of us who have been in the classroom know that kids notice the smallest things. Whether it is our demeanor, the posters on the walls, or the decorations on a teacher's desk, they notice, and it makes a difference. So we want our classrooms and schools to be welcoming environments. So let's continue doing what Carroll County educators are great at, teaching all the students. And remember, June is not far away.
Next speaker, Gary Foote.
Good evening, Commissioner Frazier, Superintendent Lockhart, members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to give a shout out to CCSGA, and I want to thank all CCSGA members and advisors who helped organize this year's election for the student member of the board. It was clear that Carroll County is fortunate to have highly qualified candidates who have much to offer our system. I look forward to meeting next year's rep, Emily Tedeschi, and of course, it is impossible to thank Devanshi Mistry enough for her 2 years of dedicated service. But as I listened to the speeches and to the questions and answers that follows, I was disappointed that no one mentioned the obvious elephant in the room. Therefore, I will mention it now. It is long past time for our student representative on the board to have full voting rights. For the adult board members currently present, I ask why you continue to oppose this. Is it because you think students are too inexperienced, too naive, too unqualified to address the difficult questions facing the board? If that is the case, I have to disagree and suggest that we have seen multiple situations over the course of the last decade that attest to exactly the opposite. Such a position seems to suggest that you would favor either a literacy test or an IQ test for those wishing to vote. Sorry, but either of those measures would be grossly unconstitutional. Perhaps you think that students are unqualified because they don't pay taxes. Again, some students do. And again, you are making another unconstitutional argument. So I am left with the conclusion that you currently have power and you have no desire to share it anytime soon. A decidedly unfortunate viewpoint, but one I can certainly understand. So students, the ball is in your court. Unfortunately, I work with far too many who either don't know or don't care about their current state of disenfranchisement. You have a massive job of education to perform, and yes, you should have started 20 years ago. But since you can't go back in time, your only choice is to start now. When Thomas Friedman began discussing the effects of globalization in his book, The World is Flat, he argued that with 7 billion people, all are interconnected and the possibilities are endless. If it can be done, it will be done. Then he asked a very simple question. Is it going to be done to you, or is it going to be done by you? Students of Carroll County, for the last 150 years, it has been the former. What are you going to do to make that change?
Francine Hahn.
Thank you. My name is Francine Hahn. I'm a Carroll County parent. And I just want to say that I'll jump off of what Gary said, that fear and discrimination seems to be what's ruling our Board of Education votes at this time. Fear and education of allowing our LGBTQ youth to really be themselves, to be out, to be proud in our school system. We've seen it on a number of different levels throughout the past year and a half. My children have experienced it directly within the Carroll County Public School System. Most recently, the topic of gender identity, wanting to exclude that from the curriculum here in the county, even though it has been deemed as part of the framework for the health curriculum by the State Department of Education, especially in the pre-K through grade 3 years. As you can tell, this is sort of a theme nationwide. We have the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. This is all part of that national effort. It's just come to the doorsteps of Carroll County at this point. There's no original idea behind this protest. So I suggest that instead of acting and condoning fear and discrimination promoted by the concerned parents and the Moms for Liberty groups here in Carroll County, that you say as a board, discrimination based on gender and sexual orientation has no place in our public school system. By the age of 4, most children have a stable sense of their gender identity. Children receive messages about their gender and stereotypes at a young age, and as early as age 6, harmful stereotypes about gender have already been present. And the best way to combat these stereotypes on a young person's mental health is to talk to children about their gender roles before puberty. This is evidence-based information, curriculum. And in my written testimony, I have footnoted and cited a number of different sources, including the Academy of Pediatrics. So then to turn to what I think is the result of this fear and discrimination are what you're risking, and that's the suicide of LGBTQ youth. If you look at the Trevor Project website, you will see that LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. 1.8 million LGBTQ youth from the ages of 13 to 24 seriously consider suicide each year in the US, and at least one attempt suicide every 45 seconds. Any youth in this county who's LGBTQ commits suicide, that is on you. It's on you because you are creating an environment that is not accepting, that is not inclusive. I, as a parent, have created a loving home for them, but they have to walk out into that world and face
Please complete your thought.
what they have to deal with in our school system and in our wider society here in Carroll County. And you, Board of Education, are doing nothing but to put up barriers for them.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Aaron Snow.
Good evening, Student Representative Devanchi Mistry, BOE members, Superintendent Dr. Lockhart, Commissioner Frazier. My name is Erin Snell, she, her pronouns. I am a mother, a librarian, and a minister. My wife and I are parents to 2 CCPS high school students. I am very involved in the Carroll County community, and I try to be as involved as time permits in school activities such as band, boosters, and athletics. The rainbow flag has been in the school office of my child's school for years, and I've thanked them each and every time I visited. It means so much more than just a piece of cloth to me and my family. I'd like to remind you that there are LGBTQ people of all political party affiliations and non-affiliation, just as there are LGBTQ people in communities of faith. The rainbow flag means diversity, and it means LGBTQ inclusion and affirmation. You've heard time and time again, even tonight, about research which year after year shows that LGBTQ youth face bullying, discrimination, marginalization in a way that their straight and cisgender peers do not. Those experiences lead LGBTQ youth to a greater risk of substance abuse, homelessness, depression, suicide, and so on. Research also shows that it only takes one accepting adult to decrease the risk of suicide by 40% for LGBTQ young people. The rainbow flag is a visible way to show that acceptance and inclusion. LGBTQ youth or students cannot be lumped into all students because they face marginalization in a way that their straight cisgender peers do not. At times I hear people object to affirming support such as rainbow flags and use of pronouns, saying, what about my child, my family, my rights? The difference is that people who are heterosexual aren't marginalized because of their sexual orientation. How do we know that? Well, because they don't face higher rates of suicide, depression, substance abuse, and so on due to being straight. Similarly, cisgender people don't have higher rates of these factors due to their gender identity, but transgender and genderqueer non-binary people do. If you then add another layer of identity, such as being a person of color and LGBTQ, then that person faces negative effects of marginalization and discrimination associated with both being LGBTQ and a person of color in a society that has long upheld the rights of white, straight, and cisgender people. Labeling the rainbow flag as political when it is clearly not political in a partisan way is further marginalizing young people already at risk of harm. Why in the world would a BOE want that?
Next speaker, Grayson James.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Grayson, and I'm a resident of Carroll County, as well as a past student of the Carroll County Public School System and a child care worker. I'm also an openly gay transgender man. I don't purposely bring this up with the kids I teach, but I also don't purposely leave it out if they ask. There's nothing inherently political or sexual about me. I am who I am, and I live my life accordingly. Yet this is the third time I've found myself at this podium defending not only myself, but every LGBT child in the county. Discussing LGBT people does not equal discussing sex, as believe it or not, gay people do more things than have sex all the time. It would also mean discussing healthy relationships and other issues that would be discussed with any other student, just tailored to the unique experiences that gay students face. But to comment on something that's actually relevant to today's meeting, pride flags were never created with the intention to be political. To quote Gilbert Baker, the creator of the traditional rainbow flag, quote, "We needed something to express our joy, our beauty, our power," and the rainbow did that. Nowhere does he mention a political party or theory regarding his creation. To an LGBT student, the flag symbolizes not what party their teacher adheres to, but it symbolizes a classroom where they will be accepted without fear of judgment. Nowhere does this inherently mean that not having the flag means that the classroom is unsafe or judgmental. But if someone is worried that they would be viewed as such for not displaying the flag, perhaps it would be beneficial to examine why they would feel that way. Displaying the flag is completely optional, and the choice shouldn't have to be political, as being LGBT is also not inherently political. There are gay, transgender, lesbian, non-binary, etc. people who align themselves all across the political spectrum. Existing as an LGBT person is no more political than existing as a brunette or existing while left-handed or anything else determined by genetics and culture. Given this information, I think it's clear that the rainbow flag is politically neutral. Thank you to the board and to the audience for your time and attention. I hope that the board will ensure that all students feel safe and welcome in CCPS, LGBT students included.
Sarah Liu. Lau, thank you.
Bring it next to it here. Okay. You good? Should be good. Okay. I am Sarah Lau. I'm a resident of Manchester. I was born in Baltimore City and went to schools there in kindergarten and first grade. In 1993, we moved here to Carroll, and it was an absolute culture shock. I was used to seeing all types of faces and learned about many cultures in my 2 years in Baltimore. Then we came here. My 6-year-old self could see the difference in what was deemed acceptable at Carroll, and it was disappointing, especially since I knew I was queer by the time I was 4. I know many people talk about their children having heterosexual crushes on people as young as infants, but from the comments I'm hearing, that would not be supported, apparently. Unfortunately, I did not grow up in an accepting household, and I did not grow up in an accepting school here in Carroll. As I grew older and started to have attraction, the rhetoric I was hearing from teachers, students, their parents, the community, etc., was unspeakably traumatic to me. I'm still going through trauma therapy for what I experienced. As a preteen, I had come out to a couple friends who were supportive, but I didn't have social media to find a real group to make me feel like I wasn't some sort of wrong outsider. When I came out in North Carroll High School in 2004, I was one of 3 out kids. The daily bullying by my fellow students and teachers was like little drops of acid being thrown into my developing brain every day. It created trauma pathways, and I have diagnosed chronic post-traumatic stress disorder. When I started getting bullied, it only pushed me to do something. So I started the Gay Straight Alliance there. It took months of just jumping through hoops of fire with administration, but I got all my ducks in a row. I was getting death threats from my fellow students, from their parents. I was assaulted multiple times. Once I was attacked in the lunchroom and choked until I passed out. Any sign I made for the club would be torn into shreds within minutes, and people were talking about burning my house down. This is the reality of being a queer kid in Carroll County. The faculty chaperone for our club had me put his name on the announcement for the meetings. He had over a dozen students come to him and talk to him about being queer or gay, but being too scared to come out in this community. I try to understand the other side, and the only thing I can come up with is religious reasons. Our country has rules of separation of church and state. Whatever the Bible has to say about issues is irrelevant. Religious indoctrination is holding the students of Carroll County back from learning what the real world is like and being able to associate and respect with different types of people. It is doing a disservice to our children and our community. When I saw those flags pop up in schoolrooms, I cried. And I'm not talking I teared up, I ugly cried. If I had had a little unobtrusive signal that I had an adult that I could go to help, I wouldn't have had to live my school years in fear. When I learned that members of the board had told Ash Tuff that they supported having these flags back in the fall, I was pleasantly surprised. Thank you for making sure the kids today don't have to go through the same trauma that I did. By the way, Ash is a child that has spoken here before and not an organization like some gullible people are saying in the community. Okay, thank you.
Daniel Lada? Lada.
Thank you for your time today. My son Noah is up here with me too. He has a card he filled out as well, so you can skip him as he's going to participate with me at his request. I've never done anything like this before. I've specifically come here at the request of my son to represent him and many of his friends and their feelings and things. So I'll start out, and as he said, if I leave anything out, he'll jump in. So this partnership, which may have started with good intention, I feel has caused division within the school system, unfortunately. Now each teacher will be judged by other teachers, students, and parents based on whether they display a flag in the classroom. What happens when a gay student attends a class where a teacher does not display the flag because they don't support it because of religious or other reasons? That student will possibly feel less accepted than they did before, regardless of all the work that the teacher has done to build a relationship with that student over a course of time. Or what about a student who identifies as heterosexual, who now feels that singled out and feels less comfortable in a classroom where a gay flag is, where an LGBTQ flag is present? The intention, like I said, was probably very good, but it has caused division where people are taking sides now in our school system where it doesn't need to be this way. Having school systems force individuals to identify whether or not they support a certain cause is not what our school system is about. I am also concerned that this violates the board's stated policy on political neutrality. And as evidence of that, I would say I went and found an article by In Style magazine, which is by no means a conservative bastion of thought, which simply stated, "Today the rainbow flag is also used to express political solidarity with the LGBTQ plus community." Did I leave anything out?
Just mainly the fact that now, like, all the students are being forced to, like, it's like the ones who are supportive of this are, like, really pushing you to support it too. So, like, if you don't support it, for example, you're being, like, there's a lot of backlash. People are upset with you. Like, my brother has a friend who openly talked about it, and now they're getting bashed for whatever reason. They keep getting attacked because they don't support it, and I don't think that's right.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Caitlin Edmondson.
Hello and good evening. After last month's meeting, we had a beautiful moment where the parents from both sides of the gender topic actually took the time to talk to one another and listen just outside of this building. I truly believe that every parent here is here because they care deeply about their children and the children in this community. However, after reading about the state health education framework that is currently being reviewed and the recent distribution of pride flags to all the schools in the county, I'm very concerned. Gender fluidity is a theory, not a fact, that needs to be taught to elementary-age children. As a survivor of sexual abuse, who's also had suicidal ideations through my life, but I'm a survivor, not a victim, I refuse to allow the state or the public school system to sexualize my young children. This is sexual grooming that is being passed off as diversity, equity, and inclusion. If the concern of the other side is about bullying, then I think rather than attempt to eliminate bullying completely, which, let's be honest, is not possible, we need to focus on teaching children how to navigate difficult situations, not shield them from ever experiencing something difficult. Safe spaces, preferred pronouns, pride flags, these things will not protect your children from experiencing pain, nor should they. Life is not fair and not easy, and we should not ideate children into a false reality. A perfect example of trying to eliminate something that completely ended up failing was 2 weeks to slow the spread, which turned into 2 years, and we still have not eliminated COVID-19. So the ideology that we have the power or control to do such a thing is false from the start. Everyone is entitled to their feelings, but feelings aren't facts, and you can't go teaching children as if feelings are facts. This exact line of thinking is what will lead to elementary school-age children being sexualized. Sexuality is not even a part of a 5-year-old's existence. That is why we have pedophilia laws. When I look at my friends, the first thoughts that come to mind are they are kind, they are smart, they are funny, they are good friends, they are good parents. My first thoughts when thinking about my friends is never what their sexuality is. My identity is not built solely around being a straight female. I am a Christian, I am a mother, I am a friend. Any ideology that is centered on the self is going to lead to unhappiness, period. And speaking of periods, only women can have them. So I think that it is very important that the health classes are teaching biology correctly. Women menstruate, men don't. Women have babies, men don't. It's suggestive manipulation to imply anything other than what I just stated, and I will not partake in this new speak. We stand on the precipice of a slippery slope, and my main objective in life is to protect the innocence and the value systems that I wish to instill in my children for as long as possible. Thank you, and God bless.
Next speaker is Jennifer Mader.
That was very well communicated, thank you. I am here to read an email from my son who's away at college, and Nathan had worked with you folks on the political neutrality policy. He's been working on that for the past couple of years and has he's been with you in your office, Superintendent Lockhart. So anyway, so I just want to read this because he's sent it 2 days ago and he's received no reply. He sent it to the entire Board of Education. I'll leave extra copies on the back table in case you just need a copy of it and don't want to go to your email. It says, Dear Superintendent Lockhart, I'm very disappointed to hear about the recent distribution of the pride flags that were distributed to Carroll County Public School teachers and students with your approval. I sat down with you and Ms. Savigny only a few years ago and had a discussion with you both about this. As I informed you both during our discussion, the rainbow pins worn by teachers at Liberty High School and the I am more woke than you social justice warrior attitude continues to create a toxic environment that ultimately distracts children from actual education. I thought we had an understanding after our meeting, but apparently not. Ms. Savigny got the message. She introduced the political neutrality policy, which passed the board unanimously. Let me make this message clear. LGBTQ+ issues have no place in Carroll County Public Schools. BLM issues have no place in Carroll County Public Schools. Feminist issues have no place in Carroll County Public Schools. Social justice issues have no place in Carroll County Public Schools. And politics have no place in Carroll County Public Schools. Period. In fact, by allowing this, you actively encouraged your employees to violate the very political neutrality policy passed unanimously by the Carroll County Board of Education. The classroom environment section of that policy states clearly that teachers have an obligation to create a welcoming and inviting learning environment for all students and to foster a culture of respect. How does adding a pride flag create a welcoming and inviting learning environment for a 16-year-old Christian student who treats all students, including the LGBTQ+ students, with dignity and respect, but whose faith clearly says homosexuality is wrong? The policy goes on. Classroom displays, including school-purchased and teacher-purchased items, shall A, be related to the instructional goals of the course of study, to the school's written vision or mission statement, or to general school information. B, be appropriate for the level of maturity of the students. C, foster a culture of respect for all students and their families, regardless of ability, ethnicity, race, color, national origin, nationality, religion, family structure, ancestry, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, or political affiliation.
Please finish your thought.
Okay. Nathan has some questions here for you, and I'll finish with this last one. Is it okay to foster a culture of respect for one class of students while simultaneously tearing down another class? And Nathan would appreciate an answer to his questions on this email, and so would I. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sally Taylor.
I had prepared remarks, but after hearing from y'all, I've kind of rearranged what I wanted to say here today. I am a Carroll County resident, taxpayer, and currently running for the House of Delegates. I want to thank the Carroll County Board for your consistent, common sense policies that you've put forward. I certainly support the political neutrality policy that you put forward, and now one of my main concerns is that you're putting a flag policy to accommodate this current situation, that perhaps another group will be sending in a carload of Christian crosses just to have on everybody's desk that would be, I would assume, treated in the same way as these flags initially came into the schools and distributed. So I would look at this as actually a violation of the political neutrality policy. I would investigate, I would strongly encourage you all to investigate how it happened and take steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Rachel.
Hello, thank you, and good evening. You guys have said a lot of great things, but I've already written this, so I'm just going to read it instead of trying to ad-lib and wasting everybody's time. Thanks for giving us all a chance to voice our concerns. I want to urge you to honor your political neutrality policy and remove the recently distributed rainbow flags from Carroll County Public Schools. Although the flags are often touted as symbols of love and acceptance, which are obviously good things, their meaning goes much deeper than that, and most of us feel that way. It is political, and it doesn't align with everyone's values. It should be obvious after tonight that the distribution of these flags stirred up more contention in the community than it brought together. And I imagine the same happened inside the school walls as well. Get back to teaching math, science, reading. And if you want something extra, please teach these kids to be kind and not judge others, even if they don't agree with you. Shoving rainbows down everyone's throat while not honoring others' values is not how to create community. Teach the kids that not everyone has to agree with their life choices. Isn't that what empowerment is about? You do you. I don't have to do you. I encourage this board to reject the Maryland Comprehensive Health Standard. You do not have to adopt it. There are two things that the government and public education is not and has not been in charge of, and that is teaching students the religious practices that they should have and their sexual orientation, habits, values, etc. Those jobs are for parents and parents alone inside the family unit. I applaud you for the introduction of the Family Life Council. I really like how you, the board members, were responsible for appointing members to this committee. I think the Board of Education should create all committees, including the curriculum committee, in the same fashion instead of letting each principal do their own thing. It will be a lot more cohesive if it came from the board. I encourage you to create a council for the vetting of library books as well, because this doesn't seem to be happening within the media centers themselves. Books with sexually explicit content, racial slurs, and other derogatory language, and basically adult content, should be approved by parents if they're to be used at all. In my opinion, I don't think they should be. They don't have any place in schools. And I sincerely wish that parents didn't have to fight this hard to keep the environment truly acceptable for young children. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Pfeiffer. Dan? Okay. Melissa? Yes.
Hi, Board. Thank you so much for just standing up. When we were fighting about masks, you went ahead and you said, we're standing up against the state. You filed a lawsuit. I'm so proud of you. This is showing that you represent us, the citizens. We elect you to represent us, and we elect you to represent all of us, okay? We do, okay? God created all of us, and, you know, not that I don't support the LGBTQ. 3 of my family members are. God loves everybody. If it was all about science, you all would have been evolved out. But it's not. It's about love, right? And it's an expression of love, and I do appreciate that. But I don't need my 10-year-old coming home and say, what's up with the signs going up around school? I'm sorry. He's 10, all right? Maybe it's acceptable in high school. 10, elementary school? Give me a break. We don't need this sexualization in our kids. We do not need it. I don't even want them to know about sex. You know, I mean, so that's really not appropriate. The other thing is I really had a problem shoveling down the gender fluidity part of our curriculum, especially through the K through elementary school kids. You're not even allowed to opt out until 4th grade. We parents need the ability to opt out whenever we want. The opt-out option should not just start at 4th grade. Oh, all of a sudden, my 10-year-old knows, well, I don't know if my mom wants me to handle this situation. Parents need the ability to opt out of whatever curriculum, especially if it violates our amendment rights. The government shall not impede on your right to religious freedom. Okay, I do believe that is goes against what I believe. My nephew is gender fluid. Unfortunately, he's had the surgery. He had the surgery before he was 24. His mother flew him to Malaysia. I believe that's child abuse. Your brain is not fully functional until 24. That's when your frontal cortex is developed. That's when you can actually start making rational decisions. Think about it when you were before 24 and when you were 24. Think about those decisions you made. You all know this. We should not be pushing this gender fluidity on our little kids. They have no rational way to make that solid decision for themselves. So I encourage you to stand up against the MSD. We should not accept this new health curriculum. It is a violation of, I believe, an overreach of parental rights, and I do not believe it is based on science. When you are born a male, you have incomplete chromosome. You have born a female, you have 46 complete chromosomes. I don't care how you manipulate that body. Every cell in your body is going to have those number of chromosomes. You can't change that. We cannot change how we are created, but we can give these young people that are confused free counseling. Free counseling by certified counselors. School teachers don't know how to deal with this, but we do have an obligation to offer these services, and just having 1 school counselor or 4 school counselors is not enough. Thank you so much, and you guys have a great night.
Next speaker is Mary.
First, I want to acknowledge all those people who shared about struggles with suicide attempts, and breaks my heart, probably breaks everyone's heart in this room, and it should, that some people have gone through that. I'm one of those people, and I didn't plan on talking about that, but I figured if they're courageous, I should do it too. And maybe it's not the same reasons. A lot of you struggled with it. I had identity issues based on abuse. And that's what, I didn't plan to talk about that, but I'm glad there's a trauma program that you guys have trained for, and you're trying to promote that, because all those warning signals that maybe the teachers saw in me. I didn't get any help, and the abuse kept going on and on. And, part of growing up is having the courage to be honest and speak the truth. And I'm here to do that. So everyone, if you witness verbal abuse from a parent, or if you see alarm bells that something's not right with a child, maybe you see scars, maybe you see bruises, or someone trying to cover up cutting or something like that, just do something. Do something. But I have a minute left, and I want to tell you what helped me, and it wasn't, anything we're talking about here, but it was God. God saved my life, and He's why I'm here right now. And that's part of the way I raised my kids. I raise them, and I tell them, you're fearfully and wonderfully made. Don't let anyone tell you anything else. Because I wasn't allowed to be myself. And I can relate with a lot of what you guys said for different reasons, probably. But, not being able to be honest, to even have feelings, to feel like you have to hide yourself, that's not right. So yes, I want us to all be accepting of each other. Yes, I teach my kids to treat all people with respect, not based on gender or appearances or who people love or don't love. It's the right thing to do. We're not perfect at it. No one's perfect at it. Let's respect each other instead of imposing our beliefs about gender on teachers, students, parents. Let's work together to build a respectful and maybe humble mindset, that we have something to learn from each other. Okay, for me, God saved my life. But I know that God is a trigger word for some of you. But I just needed to say that, and that's what promotes the way I raise my kids, to say your body is amazing. So I didn't even say anything on here, but.
And the last speaker, because we said we were going to do 20, and it's currently almost 7 o'clock, so the last speaker is Jessica Garland.
Well, I'm glad I got the last spot because I'm here today and I'm missing my son's lacrosse game. And if anybody knows me, my favorite place to be is on the sideline. So there'll be other games to watch, but there's something more important to address right now. I'm appalled with the blatant disregard for the political neutrality policy that was recently passed. Those in favor of this policy had to sit in this very room and listen to testimony about how we were driving the teachers out and worsening the teacher shortage. We were criticized for thinking that our teachers were pushing anything political in the classrooms. So let's talk about the donation of the pride flags and what it did to the remaining teachers that have stuck with our children the last couple years. First of all, the pride flag is a political symbol. You can spin it however you want, but its history is rooted in political activism from the 70s. By having administrators offer flags to the teachers to voluntarily display, you immediately formed another divide. Similar to mask versus no mask, vax versus no vax, this poorly planned pride flag situation has now created a division among our teachers. We have flag versus no flag. By allowing political symbols to enter our schools, our education system has now become a political arena for students and parents to confront teachers about their support or lack of support for an issue that has no business being in the classroom in the first place. Not only did you draw this very obvious line between your teachers, but you also suggested that teachers do not automatically create a safe space for their students. If this flag represents a safe space, then the absence of a flag represents a space that's not safe. The lack of a flag suggests that the teacher may not be accepting of every student that enters his or her classroom. I don't know about you, but every teacher that I have met went into their profession because they love children, all children. The teachers I know do not need to hang a flag to let their children know they are safe and that they're respected. Their students just know. You simultaneously divided and insulted our cherished teachers and administrators by suggesting that not every place in their school is safe. Additionally, the teachers displaying these flags have been set up for failure. The pride flag is a flag that celebrates sexuality. What planning was in place to train teachers on how to answer the obvious questions that they will be inundated with from little minds? What suggestions did you provide to staff to answer when asked, what does this flag mean? What is sexuality? I like so-and-so, does that make me gay? I can only imagine the questioning from my youngest son if he encountered the flag in his pre-K classroom. Why do I have to sign a permission slip in 4th and 5th grade for my child to learn about puberty if they're going to learn about sexuality at age 5? The ink on the political neutrality policy is barely dried. You can remove the flags tomorrow and this still will not fix the problem. The careless, poorly planned distribution of these flags has done its damage. I will most likely be painted as a bigot or homophobe in the social media tomorrow. I will be harassed despite the fact that when I kiss my kids every morning before school, I tell them I love you and be kind to everyone. Every teacher that did not pick up a flag and every parent that spoke here tonight against the displaying of political symbols in classrooms will be criticized and most likely bullied by the exact group that preaches acceptance. Parents are tired, but we're also uniting. So as long as the education system thinks they can raise our children better than us, we will continue to grow and we will continue to show up.
Please,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Employee groups.
Teresa, hang on one sec. If anybody wants to leave before the employee groups speak, please do so now so we are not disruptive while we have our representative speaking.
Should I leave now?
No.
There you go, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a point of personal privilege before I begin this evening's bargaining report? So I would like to shout out and celebrate the re-elected position by her peers for the teacher seat on the State Board of Education. Our very own Rachel McCusker will continue her service as the teacher voice and bring the educator perspective to this important work. Once again, Carroll County is on the map.
I would have bet that's what it was.
Good evening, Superintendent Lockhart, members of the Board of Education, and Commissioner Frazier. I am Teresa Basler McCullough, President of the Carroll County Education Association, who represents the teachers, counselors, RNs, speech language pathologists, behavior specialists, OTs, and PTs who has the future of our world in their classrooms. I need to address a comment made about last month's bargaining union report. The gist of the message was to not overload the plate with work and perhaps to allow our professionals to have a choice on what's on that plate. This situation is another pressure that our educators certainly don't need or deserve. I've heard over and over how this very board wants decisions made at the local level. When do our educators get to make decisions about their classrooms? For the past 2 years, other entities have made decisions for us, causing educators to be at a constant political tug of war. Let the teachers teach. Those are my words, and I'm sticking to it. CCEA wants to acknowledge those members who have taken time out of their weekends to attend events to enhance their leadership and teaching skills. Those activities included local officer training, NEA Leadership Summit, MSEA Spring Rep Assembly, MSEA Racial Social Justice Summit, and we supported the delicious, record-breaking Big Breakfast at the Carroll County Career and Technology Center for the fundraising of Skills USA. In some cases, our own members were presenters, sharing and spreading their talents from Carroll County. Several of our members at the Racial Social Justice Summit offered a workshop, one being how a mindfulness practice transformed my classroom, practical applications for regulating the nervous system. Numerous member educators have already taken the advantage of even more professional development by signing up for the upcoming IPD conference themed Caring for Ourselves While Caring for Others. I came across the following concept while doing some professional reading on my own. The idea comes from Where Read for Ed. Teachers are either burned out, have lost faith in the system, are disillusioned with their leadership, are sick of the constant pandering to parents and politicians, or all of it combined. Teachers are no longer willing to heal a system beyond repair at their own expense. They are done. And it's universal. They are expected to fix the ills of society, but when they aren't treated like the experts and professionals they are, and when they aren't paid as much as others with the same education, if not less, they no longer see any reason to stay. The highs of teaching are no longer worth the many lows. This powerful message speaks to itself. There continues to be misconceptions out in the public about teachers' unions. Let me make myself clear once again in regard to what the union stands for, and that is educating our students according to the county curriculum while creating a classroom environment where all students feel welcome, safe, and ready to learn. Just so happens, since so many people are using my words tonight, as a reminder from the past BOE meetings, my report stated, and in January, I stated, our priorities since the pandemic began have been on health and safety, then education. It is time to focus on education. In my February report, let's continue to stay the course in prioritizing education and not be distracted by outside influences, which affect the consistency on what's best for our educators, students, and school system. Our position has not changed, and focusing on instruction and education will continue being our priority despite outside influences trying to distract us from teaching. Thank you.
Are there any other employee groups represented? Then Dr. Lockhart, COVID-19 update.
Right, I think we have Dr. Wack with us this evening for Sue Doyle for the COVID-19 update. Thanks for joining us. You can sit at the table if you like.
What's that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
And the mic there, you might just have to turn it on.
Dr. Rock, we'll give it a moment too to make sure everyone, if they're leaving, so it's not disruptive.
Just careful there, Commissioner Frazier.
And we need to welcome you, Dr. Wack. This is your first time joining our board meetings.
It
It's great
is.
to see you and great to have you here
Thank
tonight.
you. This isn't going to control the slides. Where am I pointing it? Okay. I just didn't want to have to keep saying next, next. Thank you for having me here tonight. I understand you guys have a long agenda, so I'll hustle through these slides. I want to say thank you, or it's good to see my former city council colleague, Commissioner Frazier, again. And I must confess I'm a little nervous being in front of Dr. Dorsey because she was my children's principal for the better part of 12 years. And although my kids never had to spend time in the principal's office, I did. And so this is a little traumatic for me. So cases in Maryland are increasing recently, but I wouldn't get upset about that number there. This is an increase off a very small base. So it looks like it's a big bump, but we're still very low generally statewide. But this is consistent with what's happening around the country. And in some places, some jurisdictions are considering or have implemented mask mandates again. Next slide, please. In Carroll County, we've had a little bump. Our positivity rate has been running a little bit higher generally than the state. And we continue to have deaths from COVID. We're closing in on 400. But you know, these numbers come with the usual qualifiers about the delays in state data, and also these understate the problem almost certainly because it doesn't include the large amount of at-home testing that's occurring now. And that doesn't get reported to us or the state necessarily. People can, there are mechanisms to do that, but they don't routinely do that, and they're not required. The usual graphics just showing confirmed cases, and you can see that it's you know, sort of flattened out, but it's not gone, and it won't be gone for a long time. Next. Hospitalizations. This is really the key metric to focus on going forward. I'm sure you saw the revised CDC guidance about how to classify the severity of the COVID situation in a given community, and it really focuses on hospitalizations. And this is because, you know, it's out in the community, it's not going away, and it's really now about minimizing the disease burden by protecting the most vulnerable members of our population and keeping them out of the hospital and keeping them alive. So going forward, you're going to see a lot more emphasis on hospitalizations. As you can see, they're down and have been, you know, bouncing around the lower end of the thresholds. Next slide. Deaths usually lag hospitalizations. So, you know, again, you can see they're down, but they won't be going to zero. We'll continue to have deaths from COVID, and that will track and lag hospitalizations. Next. Vaccinations, things have sort of plateaued. We're almost at 75%, which is good. It'd be better if it was higher, but that's good progress. And you can see the breakdown by age group. And I forgot to add at the beginning, these slides will be on the Carroll County Health Department website in the usual place for those that want to dig deeper into the data. Next slide. You know, I just mentioned that around the country, we're still in generally low transmission with some little blips here and there. In terms of what is circulating now, BA2, which is a Omicron variant, is now the dominant strain around the country. It's certainly the strain here in Maryland. It looks like people who are well vaccinated handle BA2 as well as they've been handling Omicron. And which means, you know, minor cold symptoms if they're otherwise healthy people. We have lots of everything now, lots of vaccines, lots of testing, and the specific treatments for Omicron or for COVID are also in generally good supply. So we're in a much, much better place today than we were certainly when this all started, but even, you know, 6 months ago, we're in a much better place. Next. You know, here are the usual CDC recommendations. No news here. It's all the usual stuff. You know, stay away from people if you have symptoms. Get tested. Get vaccinated. You know, if you have to be in a place where you can't maintain social distancing, wearing a mask is prudent. And you know, certainly there's a lot of variations on that depending on whether you have somebody who's immunocompromised at home, whether you're immunocompromised yourself, whether you deal with vulnerable people a lot. So you're going to see a lot of, going forward, a lot of situation-specific guidance medical facilities, nursing homes are going to continue to have different policies than other places. Next. Again, the usual guidance about higher risk people needing to take extra precautions. Next. The boosters, basically it boils down to if it's been more than 4 months since your last booster, then get another one. And if it doesn't really matter now what you had before, you can get either the Pfizer or the Moderna. But the recommendation is to not get a second or third Johnson & Johnson doses because they have not been proven to be as effective at boosting immunity. Next. Kids, this is the next big lift in terms of immunizations. The 6 months to 5 year group, we're still waiting for the final recommendations. But in the meantime, we're making preparations and coordinating with the pediatric practices in our county to figure out how to get as many kids vaccinated as possible. Really, that'll be the sort of the next big thing we do in terms of vaccination. We'll be working with those practices to get the little kids vaccinated. Next. The treatments, this changes all the time as new data comes in or new drugs are developed. I won't bore you with the details here, but again, details are on the Carroll County Health Department website. Next. So this is something that we also will be, we at the Health Department will be looking into more as we have more time to see what the long-term consequences of COVID infections are going to be. It's beginning to emerge that there is something that is called long COVID, and what exactly that means, it remains to be seen, but it does seem to be a thing. And so we are going to start looking at developing some programs at the health department and coordinating with the hospital and the research centers locally, Hopkins, Maryland, to figure out how we can help people in our community that may be experiencing long COVID symptoms, get them plugged into treatments, make sure that they're being taken care of. And what we're doing going forward is, what we've been doing. We're going to continue monitoring the situation. Still going to do contact tracing, but mostly on high-risk populations. Going to continue supporting vaccination efforts, PPE, and planning for future surges. We hope they don't happen, but so far, we've stay tuned. And then, of course, trying to resume as many of our normal functions as possible. A lot of stuff got pushed to the side during the last couple of years, and we're trying to get back to that. We are having some of the same staffing issues that everybody's having. Certainly burnout is an issue, and replacing people that are retiring, some early retirements, it's all the same as everybody else. So, the combination of deferred workload plus some staffing, we're having the same challenges as everybody. Next. And I think we talked about this. Testing, we're still doing testing at the health department Monday through Thursdays. That's likely going to get scaled back. We're seeing that demand for testing has dropped off, partly a function of decreased disease burden in the community, but also a function of the home test kits being so widely available. And I think that might be it. Yep. Any questions?
I have one. You guys and Ed before you really jumped on vaccines. You were giving out more than they were letting you get almost. And other counties have said they've passed 80. Even our population greater than 5 is 78. Do you think that's our demographics, how the data's collected in different counties? I thought we'd be as high or ahead of anybody just about. Do you have a feel for that, or just just statistics and how they?
Yeah, we're sort of at the mercy of the data that the state gives us. I don't know what to tell you. We're trying.
Oh, I know.
We'd love to get those numbers
No doubt.
higher, but that's what the state's telling us. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else related to COVID, Dr. Locker?
No, fortunately.
Before we do board member activities and correspondence, each of the board members have some things to tell us. You want to you want to start, Pat, Dr. Lockhart, and go straight across?
Okay. I'll start with School Lunch Hero Day. That's going to be observed on Friday, May 6th. This day is an opportunity for parents, students, and school staff to thank our school food service workers. We appreciate these hardworking employees who do whatever it takes to provide our students with healthy meals each and every school day, and for making students feel welcome in our school cafeterias. So School Lunch Hero Day, Friday, May 6th.
National Assistant Principals Week. Last week, April 4th through the 8th, was National Assistant Principals Week. Our assistant principals work hard, making sure that our schools run safely and effectively. Our students excel academically and socially, our teachers grow professionally, and our families and community members become involved and stay engaged in the education of our students. Thanks to all of our assistant principals for their outstanding work and leadership. National School Library Media Month. April is National School Library Month. Our media specialists teach students how to locate and use information through both traditional resources and new technology and instill the love of reading for a lifetime. Thanks to those dedicated employees for making our school media centers a welcoming place for students to learn and have fun.
Thank you.
National Teacher Appreciation Week is May 2nd through 6th, and Tuesday, May 3rd is National Teacher Day. Our outstanding and dedicated teachers work very hard every day to provide our students with high-quality instruction. Over the last 2 years in particular, they have shown their commitment by ensuring that our students continue to learn throughout the pandemic and making their transition back into in-person classroom learning. Thanks to our teachers for all you do for our students, and PTAs and PTOs, get those emails out.
Thank you.
Administrative Professionals Week. April 24th through 30th is Administrative Professionals Week, and Wednesday, April 27th is Administrative Professionals Day. Thanks to our clericals, secretaries, and administrative assistants, both in our schools and at central office. These dedicated and caring employees are essential to the daily operation of our schools and offices. They assist our students, staff, and the public in countless ways and play a vital role in their schools and our school system.
National Student Leadership Week. April 17th through 23rd is National Student Leadership Week. This annual recognition highlights the important role that student leaders play in our schools and in the community. We are fortunate to have a very strong and active student government association that gives students an opportunity to voice their opinions and develop their leadership skills. The board would like to thank Devanshi Mistry, our student representative, and Jamie Hahn, president of the CCSGA, for their outstanding leadership and the excellent job they do representing our students.
Yes, thank you, Devanshi.
Public School Volunteer Week. Public School Volunteer Week will be celebrated during the week of April 18th through 23rd. We are so fortunate to have thousands of dedicated volunteers in our school system, and we were very happy to welcome them back into our classrooms this year. We very much appreciate the efforts of these dedicated individuals to support our schools, our students, and our staff.
Do you have anything to say for activities and correspondence? We'll go back.
You took her off guard.
All right, on Thursday, March 10th, the CCSJ officer team and I attended the county principals meeting at Liberty High School, where we discussed the Schwab-elect general election procedures with our county's high school principals. As you may know, we completely revamped our Schwab-elect election process this year. Instead of just the CCSJ General Assembly voting on the student rep, all high school students in Carroll County Public Schools were accorded the opportunity to vote in this. And after months of planning, we were finally able to accomplish just that. The new election process now consists of a primary and a general, similar to how it happens in local, state, and national government. The primary occurred in March, where the CCSGA General Assembly voted to narrow down the candidate pool to the top 2 candidates. This week was our general election, where all high school advisories showed the candidate speeches and Q&As and distributed the virtual ballot. We had a whopping 1,817 high school students vote. And although we had a few hiccups, I would like to consider our first year with this new process a major success. I wanted to thank our school's admins, SGAs, teachers, and students for making this all possible. Congratulations to Sahithya Sudhakar, a current sophomore at Liberty High School, who was elected as the Shrub-elect for the 2022-2023 school year. She will serve as Shrub-elect under Emily Tedeschi, who will serve as Shrub starting next year, and Sahithya will serve as on this board during the 2023-2024 school year. I was unable to attend the Navigating Difficult Waters event, but I heard that it was a great success. Emily was in attendance teaching a workshop there. Last week, April 8th, Liberty High School's LGBTQ+ and Allies Club organized a day of silence to recognize transgender youth, and I was able to participate in that day as an ally. That's all I have for this month.
Yeah, I'll just try to go really quickly. We had a curriculum and instruction committee meeting in the month of, what month are we in? In the month of March. We're in April. And we discussed some really great topics. Some of the items are on the agenda for later this evening, looking at the middle school program of studies, talking about some of those adjustments, and furthering the discussion on esports and several other topics. We're going to continue to meet with that group, probably not on a monthly basis going forward, but probably an every other month basis, as we've been able to kind of get through some of the key topics. We think that's probably a better pace moving forward. We also had a Family Life Committee meeting, as well as a high school subcommittee meeting, and we heard a lot about it from the public speakers tonight. We're discussing the comprehensive Maryland Health Education Framework and the Family Life Committee portion of those standards. So we've had the broader group talking in general, talking about SRA versus SRR principles and how our county works with those things, and if we needed to kind of revise our policy, get back up to speed on what those things meant, and taking a look at the standards. So we're focusing primarily on Health 1 and Health 2 early on, because those are the things that's the curriculum that needs to be developed over the summer in order to be ready for the fall. So you will be seeing, and we also, in order to expedite that and make sure that we got through it in a timely manner, the committee had decided to break up into subcommittees, so have a group looking at the high school standards first, and then the middle school and the elementary schools after that. So you should be seeing minutes from those meetings coming up very shortly, and also recommendations coming out of that group. You'll probably see them in waves. We'll probably see the recommendations for high school first, and then follow it up by the middle and the high school. So more to come.
All right, I'm going to try to make it quick, too. So I started my introduction into criminology course for college. I am currently in my 4th week. Yay, almost done. Curriculum committee we had there. Attended the Navigating the Waters, which is I thought was very well attended, and I'm seeing it grow every year a little bit more. So I'm glad that we're continuing that, and look forward to next year. Man Valley had their prom. I can't believe it's already prom season. My daughter had her 17th birthday, and I took a food class, which was very fun. I learned how to make a rose out of salami. It was very pretty. Salami. Round salami.
Oh, salami.
And you fold it in half, and you fold that in half, and you fold another piece, and you make a rose. It was really pretty, and it was edible, so it was great. So I had fun doing that. Hey, you know what? Me and food, why not? If you gotta make it pretty, if it's edible, I don't care. Earth Day is coming up on April 22nd, so go plant something. Plant a tree, plant a sunflower, plant some lavender, and help our bees. All right, so I have my performing arts sweater on that I got from my daughter. So We need to make sure we are supporting our wonderful drama productions, that they are in full bloom of this season. So first, congratulations to Liberty High and Century High on what I hear was fantastic productions of Beauty and the Beast, which was at Liberty, and Chicago was at Century. So April 22nd and 23rd, you have Footloose at Winter's Mill. April 22nd, 23rd, 29th, and 30th, there's Shrek the Musical at Francis Scott Key. April 22nd, 23rd, 29th, and 30th, Anastasia is at South Carroll. April 22nd, 23rd, 29th, and 30th is Cinderella at Manchester Valley. And on April 28th, 29th, and 30th, we have Seussical the Musical at Westminster High School. So go and see them, because I'm so happy that we have these this year. I'm so excited. Happy spring. Students are getting ready for their 4-H fair. They've had animal orientations and animal weigh-ins are getting ready to happen. Spring sports, end of year plans, and dare I say, graduation is just a few weeks away. We can finish strong and probably stronger than ever before this year. So I want everyone to enjoy their spring break. The end of the school year will be here before we know it. And always, please feel free to reach out to the superintendent's office to invite board members to community events. I think we all missed the Battle of the Books, and I didn't get anything from them. Like, I heard about them, and I was like, wait a minute, what's up? So we normally have heard about those. So, just make sure that, any community events that are going on in the different schools, reach out to Dr. Lockhart's office and get the word out to us, because we love going to the school events. And if we can get a list of the ambassador schools we had again, so we can start getting back out there, because I really miss visiting the schools.
Okay. All of us have been very active with the superintendent search, but we also signed confidentiality agreements, so we're not allowed to say that. March.
Why are you talking about it?
I started the month at Career and Tech with a committee meeting, and I ended the month at Career and Tech with a big breakfast, and I'm sure a bunch of people are going to talk about that, but great food, great time, and you see so many people go in and out of there. I'll skip through quickly. I attended MABE legislative meetings, went to Detroit and watched NCAA wrestling. We did our agency hearing with the Board of Commissioners. I attended the Hobie Wolf Awards, and then on April 1st, I attended the MWOA Banquet and Awards, which is statewide, sponsored by the wrestling officials. And I was fortunate enough, and there was very good support there. A couple of the high school coaches were there. Mr. Duffy was there. We got to watch Bill Hyson, who's coached at Francis Scott Key, probably longer than Mrs. Herbert taught. And he got the William T. Hastings Contribution to Wrestling Award. Annually, the MWA recognizes one individual who best exemplifies the true meaning of sportsmanship in the sport, along with one individual for their outstanding contribution for the betterment of the sport of wrestling. Bill Hyson previously won the sportsmanship, and I don't understand it, but I also won the outstanding contribution, but they never gave me the sportsmanship award. The Contribution to Wrestling Award was first presented in 1965, and it's considered an extreme honor to receive these awards, and as I said, he's received both, which is great. So it was so great to see a Carroll County in there winning it.
Thank you, Mr. Kyler. I've been out and about, but I'm not going to go through everything. I did attend Navigating Waters, and I sat in the back of the county office building there and went to the agency hearing. And I did go to the Battle of the Books because my granddaughter was on a team, and that's how I knew it. I was in my barn clothes, and a principal saw me in the stands and came and tapped me and said, "Can you give out awards?" And I said, "I'm in my barn clothes." "We don't care. You're here. Please hand them out." So, and that was very well attended, and the kids were screaming and yelling all night. So it was really good to see that come back. It was, I know. And their team didn't win, but it was all part of reading books and camaraderie that we haven't seen for a while. So that was, so I got one up on everybody. That's it. I'm short and sweet
Okay, I participated in or attended the following activities. On March 10th, I attended the MABE Board Academy, and it was on vision and accountability. And it seems like our focus in the past has just been diverted into other issues that have come up that we've had to deal with, but it was great to reflect and dialogue with board members from around the state. We reviewed the importance of committing to a vision. And for all of our school boards, our vision, our main vision, should be one of high expectations for student achievement and establishing accountability. So it was just good to just review the vision and accountability piece of the work, the governance work that we have before us. On the afternoon of the 10th of March, I attended a conference planning committee. I met with the co-chair so that we could plan our upcoming meeting with committee members. On March 11th, I attended Culture Day at Northwest Middle School, and on that day, the 8th graders were engaged in activities to increase their sensitivity and awareness of autism, anti-bullying, anti-labeling, anti-judgment, and sources of strength. So thanks to Mr. Lavender, Ms. Doolin, Mr. Lichtner from Pathfinders Express, and the staff of Northwest Middle for providing this opportunity for students. And one of the takeaways that I had after being with the 8th graders for a while, Mr. Lavender and I had a conversation, and he was saying, you know, our 8th graders are, you know, they're the end grade of middle school, but when you think about it, this particular 8th grade group of students really didn't have a typical 6th and 7th grade. So, I mean, their final year in middle school was almost like their first year. So that was very, very telling. And again, it was a wonderful set of activities that they had planned for those 8th graders that day. On March 15th, I had the conference planning committee meeting, and the committee that's responsible for our MABE conference discussed the 2022 schedule, and we looked at some keynote speaker suggestions and also brainstormed some hot topics and workshops that we might include in our conference this year. On the 16th, I attended the Navigating Difficult Waters at Winters Mill High School. I heard the beginning presentation, which was good, and again, I spent some time, rather than going to one of the workshops, I spent some time just visiting the different booths that were available that night, and the ones that I visited were certainly very, very informative and good resources for our students. On March 18th, I attended the Curriculum Council meeting, and the meeting that day, all of the committee members were divided into 4 groups, and each group rotated every 20 minutes so that we could have an opportunity to learn about the instructional materials that supervisors are recommending for review for the 2022 and 2023 school year. So I continue to thank Mrs. McCausland for facilitating and structuring the day for us. On March the 31st, I joined with others to interview 11th grade students as a part of the mock interviews, and very impressive hearing from the group of students that I interviewed. And there were several in the group who had been in kindergarten my last year at Friendship Valley, so that was really neat to get caught up with a few of those students. And finally, on April 7th, I attended the kickoff dinner and meeting for a reading incentive program for our Spanish-speaking students and their families at William Winchester. So I was able to enjoy a meal and dialogue with students and their families as they learned about an upcoming 6-week reading incentive. So the students and their families are being challenged to read 2 books in Spanish at home each week over a 6-week period. And in the media center, there were books, both fiction and nonfiction, that are available to students in Spanish. And after the 6-week period of time, the students and their families will be invited back to school and have an evening celebration to receive their treats and prizes. So I understand that Ms. Pritchett organized the incentive in collaboration with a One School, One Book program. So our thanks to her. And I also thank Mrs. Burnett, Mrs. Mesta, and the team of teachers, as well as those in the curriculum department who assisted with that evening. And again, the presenters and helpers for the evening really did a great job. And just seeing the students and their families, I mean, it was very heartwarming. The kids were very excited to learn about this incentive program. So those are my activities for the month.
Thank you. Dr. Lockhart, Superintendent's report.
Thank you. Mr. Kyler, you mentioned the Hobie Wolf Awards banquet. I just wanted to mention that was at the end of March. And at that banquet, Sarah Gallagher was recognized. I think they were making up for a couple of missed banquets, maybe. She was she is the guidance counselor at Shiloh Middle, who was a semifinalist for the Maryland Counselor of the Year. And I remember recognizing that here, but she was brought there. And then also as part of that program, the Rotary Legacy Award went to the Manchester Valley High School Yearbook Committee as well for their outstanding work. So I just wanted to follow up on that. I'd like to also say congratulations to the 617 teachers who were recognized by the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce in the 33rd Annual Outstanding Teacher Awards Program. This is a wonderful recognition for our dedicated teachers, and I'd like to congratulate those who were selected as finalists. Jennifer Borsick, she's an 8th grade teacher social studies teacher at Northwest Middle. Tomba Giles, music teacher at Sandymount Elementary School. Amy Glasscock, 5th grade teacher at Winfield Elementary School. Latine Vallis, I want to make sure I said that right. Latine Vallis, there we go. Art teacher at Liberty High School. Aaron McAndrew, 1st grade teacher at Spring Garden Elementary School. Mara Reinartz, 5th grade teacher, William Winchester Elementary School. We got a couple from William yes? No, okay. Ashley Sevick, social studies teacher at Shiloh Middle. And then Michael Stencil, media specialist at East Middle School. Again, those are the finalists from that large pool of 600 and some folks. And the Carroll County Teacher of the Year will be chosen from among those 8 folks I just mentioned. That candidate will be named at our May board meeting and will be Carroll County's representative for the Maryland Teacher of the Year program. The Chamber also awarded 3 scholarships that evening to assist teachers in their continuing education. So we say congratulations to Ivy Algier. She's an advanced academics teacher at Friendship Valley and Westminster Elementary Schools. Elena Peak, advanced academic teacher at Oklahoma Road and Sykesville Middle. And Devin Rothschild, science teacher at Sykesville Middle School and former Board of Education member. I certainly want to take a moment to thank the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce and the business sponsors who make that annual event possible for their continued support of our teachers and our school system, and certainly our staff, Carrie, and others who really do a ton of legwork behind the scenes to make that go off. We want to congratulate Frank Cloud, our assistant principal at Eldersburg Elementary School. He's been selected as the 2021-22 National Outstanding Assistant Principal by the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals. This is a program that honors assistant principals who have exhibited extraordinary leadership, commitment, and dedication to their students and staff, and service to their communities, contributions to the profession. Frank has been assistant principal in Carroll County for 6 years, and he's known for his ability to build staff capacity, problem solve, lead with humor and compassion, and mentor future leaders, including both students and staff. High school students from Century, Manchester Valley, and Winters Mill performed very well at the Future Business Leaders of America state competition. In all, 19 Carroll County Public Schools students qualified to compete at the national conference to be held this summer in Chicago. Better to be in Chicago in the summertime, I guess. In addition, Samantha Grubb, a student at Manchester Valley High School, was recognized in Who's Who in FBLA for her contributions as Region 1 Vice President. So we say congratulations to Samantha and all the students who will move on now at the national level, as well as thanking their advisors for all the work they do in supporting them. Congratulations go out to our students at the Carroll County Career and Technology Center who brought home a total of 18 medals from the Maryland Leadership and Skills Conference. Students won 9 gold medals in job interview, TV video production, digital cinema production, masonry, promotional bulletin board, pin design, carpentry, graphic communications, and criminal justice. 5 silver medals were received for digital cinema production, welding sculpture, photography, welding fabrication, and criminal justice. And students won 4 bronze medals in HVAC, crime scene investigation, graphic communications, and photography. Again, congratulations to all of our medal winners and their instructors at the Career and Technology Center. A lot of congratulations tonight. We also want to congratulate Eli Tribble, a 5th grade student at Cranberry Station Elementary School who qualified for the national finals for the International Academics Competition Science Bee to be held in Orlando this June. Eli qualified at the regional level competition held in March. The National Science Bee is a science-themed academic quiz competition for individual students in elementary, middle, and high schools. Students put their science knowledge to use against others in their respective age division in an engaging quiz tournament setting. So a lot of students with a lot of recognitions both here at the state level and nationally. A lot to be proud of. You heard someone comment this evening, I think one of our speakers, about the launch of our new website. And so we'll be releasing a brand new Carroll County Public Schools website tomorrow, April 14th. We've been building up to that, sort of promoting it, sending messages about that. We're very excited to launch this new site. It features a clean, modern design with well-improved navigation. The new design will be applied to the main Carroll County Public Schools website as well as the individual school sites. Just a few of the new features include a more robust search engine, more visible alerts and important announcements, an improved mobile display, and a social media feed with links to our social media pages. As you can imagine, this project has been a tremendous undertaking and a tremendous lift. I'd like to thank Jen and the technology staff for all the incredible work that they've done, and everybody who helped contribute and provide input and feedback. So you can still find us at carrollk12.org, and we hope you'll take a few minutes to become familiar with the new site. And more details and a video tour of the site, as somebody again mentioned, are available on the homepage. You can start to kind of look at that. Finally, the last day of school for students this year is Monday, June 13th. I wish it weren't on a Monday. But the only way to get any waiver, a lot of people ask that, is to use one of the existing days that we already have scheduled for a break. I would never recommend our 2-day spring break being used or Memorial Day. Those are the only 3 days left. It's also a 2-hour and 45-minute early dismissal on that day. So I recognize we have to be in school 180 days by state law, so we're going to do that. Monday should be a fun day on June 13th. That's only 40 days away, by the way, 40 school days away.
Sounds like
Sure
you're
about that.
counting, Dr. Lockard.
And like you say, I wish it wasn't either, but it has to be. The people that have planned for graduations and advancement and all that kind of thing, because Monday is a part day, will some of them still happen on Friday, or will they be the last day of school? How will that, because there are some ceremonies typically scheduled, correct?
Yeah, I not on the typically, I mean, there might be like a school assembly or something at the elementary or middle school, but on the last day of school, that Monday, there will not be anything of significance like a ceremony or anything like that.
So anything
we
scheduled-
encourage everybody to still come to school. Our attendance rate
Yes, but
matters.
ceremony scheduled for the 10th will stay on the 10th, probably. Okay, good. I know parents are worried.
Yeah, and then, oh, I'm sorry.
Is it okay? I just wanted to, I had failed to thank Steve Bowersox for the mock interviews that were held at Westminster High School. He is the one, he's the Career Connections Coordinator, and he organized the interviews for us. So I neglected to say that, but thanks, Steve Bowersox.
Dr. Lockhart, you do more in a week than I've done the last 2 months.
I just have one last thing.
I think Devanshi had a comment about, did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had a comment about the last school day. Okay.
Yeah, the only other thing is, so Carrie has a communication ready about the last day of school. I wanted to clarify that, and then last day for teachers will be June 14th. That's a Tuesday. That's the next day, and Mr. Diaz will communicate with our employees about that. There you have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
So, I know at Liberty the last day for seniors is May 20th. Was that the same for all Carroll County high schools?
I don't think so. I think it depends on
No.
the graduation dates, correct? Right.
Backed up from graduation day.
Right.
Okay, awesome. Just wondering.
Trying to get out a little earlier?
There are no presentations tonight, and since it is 7:30, we're not there on the agenda, but is there anybody left here who filled out a blue card that wants to do public comment?
Yes.
Two.
Diane, okay, 2 people.
Just two of? All three?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, do you mind just introducing yourself, and then we won't fumble through the cards?
Sure. Good evening, board. My name is Sam Barta. I have 2 kids at Lytton Springs Elementary School. The issue I wanted to bring forward tonight has nothing to do with flags, so I just want to say that very clear. Mr. Kyler, it actually had to do with budget. I noticed recently there was an article in I think the Baltimore Sun about your presentation to the Carroll County Commissioners recently, requesting an additional revenues be provided to the county. And I wanted just to bring forward the fact that in addition to that, there was additional school fundraising that was being requested of some of our elementary schools. And I received some notifications from, I think, Dr. Wernick about it, to deal with the fact of potential shortfalls in either instructional material or equipment that was needed for the schools. And I saw what I perceived to be a disconnect in the sense of a budget request that was going forward, and yet at the same time asking our children to fundraise through school-sponsored activities to provide additional funding that was needed by the schools for instructional materials and, I believe, smart projectors or replacements of them. So I saw what I perceived to be a disconnect and wanted to raise that to your attention. The other thing related to school funding, I would like the board to consider, if they have not already, preparing for the concerns about the Kerwin Commission and the additional challenges of funding in the near future. I have not seen this brought up in any meaningful way yet from the school board, and I would like to ask for that to be considered, either a committee or what have you be formed to consider the ramifications of the Kerwin Commission, because I believe those costs are going to be directly borne down to the county level. And so the county commissioners of Carroll County is going to be faced with some significant decisions about funding of the Kerwin Commission and what that means to the individual school boards here, or the individual school boards at the county level. That's all I had for your time. Thank you tonight.
I know this isn't question and answer, but that's a good concern.
I appreciate your concern, sir. And we don't fundraise in our schools to provide the required materials of instruction for our students. PTAs and schools may have initiatives that they want to pursue, but we do, as a system, provide a standard set and a replacement each year of materials of instruction for our schools. The second piece is, as it relates to the Kerwin Commission, the blueprint, we have been bringing a standing report to this board meeting, I think, John, since October, right. And that was a big topic, Commissioner Frazier, of our recent joint meetings and our agency hearing as well. So you are correct. It has significant budget implications for us, and that's why we've been talking about it every month, particularly this. And we have some work groups as well internally looking at the various components of the blueprint legislation so that we can be as informed as possible. We still have a lot of questions from the state as it relates to blueprint, as do other districts, but thank you. Good points.
And tonight's on the agenda, blueprint is three things from now. So if you want to stick around, you'll get to see it. Who else filled out a blue card?
I won't read my whole thing because I think pretty much every point that I had to say was touched on. By the way, my name is Kate Martin. I'm representing, or I'm here on behalf of a lot of the concerned parents of Carroll County. I just had a few things to say, and Dr. Lockhart, I hope that you're paying attention here. Sorry. You know, I just had some questions to kind of think about before we make decisions going forward. Are Carroll County Public Schools safe for our children? And then what do you think would happen if parents and children thought that their teachers weren't safe? I know our teachers are trying the best that they can do to provide safe learning environment for the children to thrive. I mean, I think the decision to move forward with these flags did not provide that. It created more division. And I was just wondering what the process was that was gone through to determine how to distribute these flags. Yes, I know it was optional, but I do believe that it violated the political neutral policy, and I know that the accountability piece was talked about for the last couple of months, and you guys moved forward with it, and there was some pushback in terms of how the accountability was going to be, or what the accountability piece was. And I'm just curious, how is that accountability piece going to be measured? You know, what happens? I think our teachers deserve an apology. I think the students and I think the parents. Whether you support that or not, I think it did create additional division. And we've been trying to move forward and create an environment that increases the learning because of the learning loss over the last 2 years. And I just think that we really failed to think about that decision when we put these flags in there. So I just, again, really want to know what the accountability piece is for whoever made that decision to move forward with that. I'd like that to be addressed in some way, whether it's in writing or out publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. Diane Grody speaking for the Carroll County School Bus Contractors Association. I've been absent during the January and February meetings due to family issues, but I do want to be here tonight to remind you as you move forward with the budget, and as the county commissioners also were making decisions regarding budget, that we be kept in mind as school bus contractors. As you're aware, we are paid 1 year behind, so all of the increased expenses, operational costs that we have that have been escalating very quickly have a severe impact on bus contractors. And we wish to keep the local bus contractors here in business. So many are family operations, ours a 4-generation family operation, and many others generational. So please keep us in mind. Anything that you can do to help cover the additional contractor requests. I won't recap all of them. Been speaking to you since October. So just go back through the notes and keep us in mind as you move forward. And we thank you, and Commissioner, we thank you for what you can do for us.
Thank you. And that should cover our public comments for tonight. Now we're into reports. Construction report. Dr. Lockhart?
Thank you, Mr. Kyler. It's our monthly construction report. In addition to the 2 major projects, the report is updated to include some summer projects and 2 renovations, which can now move forward as the state has identified funding for these projects. So the Spring Garden HVAC replacement and the Westminster High School window replacement had previously been recognized and had funding established by the county. And so there's Jim. Mr. Marks is here if you have any questions.
Go ahead,
Ms.
Ms.
Savigny.
Savigny.
Do you mind if I ask a few quick questions?
No problem.
Thanks. Just under the Career and Tech project, the last bullet where purchasing has been notified by various vendors to expect extended lead times and increased costs of furniture and equipment. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more detail on that, if there's an impact on the cost and time estimates as they're currently laid out.
Yeah, it's a good question. We're expecting to know those costs for this first phase within a week. As of this morning, we've received some partial costs from what purchasing's receiving from their vendors for the furniture and equipment for this first phase. And we don't see the whole picture yet, so we'll be able to give more feedback when we hear more of those. They have lead time problems also with anything procured these days, so we're evaluating that as well, because some vendors can provide a delivery that we can handle versus that. So we have to evaluate that with price, so.
Okay, because we had to do a lot of work and have a lot of discussions around the East Middle project and
Yes.
adjustments ahead of
Yes.
time on that one. This one, we're kind of like in process.
Correct.
Do you anticipate that we'll be having to have those similar is it?
Yes.
We will have to
Yes,
be having those kind of
I do.
conversations?
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I do. The furniture and equipment portion of this has been an everyday conversation. Every couple of hours, it comes up with us, with our groups, on how we're planning the groups. We go back to the teachers. We want to make sure we're accommodating their needs, with every aspect of every space, whether it be in a laboratory or in our classroom. So some things can be procured later if they're not needed right now for say, equipment, for a heavier piece of equipment. So the staff is making those decisions, right? We want the admin and everybody involved in those programs to help us make those decisions. So.
And there's a similar bullet under the East Middle project, right, where it says procurement of long lead times is occurring as submittals are approved. So at this point, is it having an impact?
Not yet. No.
Not yet.
No, we're fine right now for East. Yeah.
Okay.
And we believe we're going to be okay for current tech. It's just we're very anxious on seeing some of those combined answers on the cost and lead times very soon. So.
Okay, so you'll be getting those answers next week, and
Yeah.
we may hear more about it next month.
We hope so. Yes.
Okay.
I'd like that. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
You got it. No problem.
Anything else?
Anybody else?
And now we'll move on to the COVID-19 physical report.
Okay, this is our monthly COVID fiscal impact report, details expenditures specific to the pandemic. The April report shows anticipated update as the year has progressed, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Come on, Donna, you got to break him in now.
Of course, I do have.
Yes, you have to break in, Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, you might as well get used to it. You just walk right on up because she will ask you a million questions. So she might as well break you in easy. COVID.
Welcome, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to your first time at the podium,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
Okay, so I just did have one question under other instructional support. That was one of the largest categories of increases over the last month, and it's for additional teachers, quarantine success coaches, IAs. Should we be expecting this to start decreasing as, we've had a whole lot less issues with open teacher spots, needing the quarantine, as many of the quarantine success coaches. So as the year winds down, would we be expecting this expenditure pace to decrease?
Getting up to speed there, so the
Which one were you asking about, Ms.
other
McNick?
instructional
The
support,
other instructional support,
about 2.1 million there, that was about 300,000 in the month of March.
right?
And I'll defer to the plans, but
I can
you
help
would.
Rob out. I think this just reflects the fact that they continue to be paid. So it shouldn't grow exponentially. We have who we have in place. It's just paying these folks. So that's what you see coming out. We're not adding any additional. And I'll look to John. This just reflects for the other instructional support. The reason that continues just to go up a little bit is just we're paying those folks to do the work.
correct.
Yeah.
So
And
it'll
is
come in at the
is
same
it
pace
in-
for the remaining 2 months of
Right.
the school year, and then it will be over,
Right.
basically.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and as I understand it, anticipated to continue through the end of this school year.
And even summer, as we move to summer recovery too. And we'll have to have a conversation again with the board about rebasing this report for the next fiscal year, because there'll still be another year of federal money to account, and also, at least with ELO and summer recovery, another year of COVID-specific expenditures.
Okay.
So it's our
And-
assumption we'll rebase it and then, or reset it maybe, I guess is the better word, and then continue for another year with this, but that's really your decision ultimately.
Okay, so it would be, that number we would anticipate it being a lot smaller next year than the 9.7 million that we're at right now?
If we reset it, and
Okay.
so, we have to keep reporting on those federal monies to the state and up to the feds, so there are other reports that are very complex that, the public would never, well, it can see, but it wouldn't be a helpful report to bring here. You know, with this report, we're just trying to capture what are the expenditures very specific to the if the pandemic didn't exist, these expenditures wouldn't exist. That's what we've been trying to track monthly. So if we reset it, we'd sort of go back to zero and build on it month by month, or maybe just have the June 22 as the baseline and go from there.
Right.
I think that's what we did for this year.
Okay. Great.
I have a question and has nothing to do with anything about this. I see people tonight with that shooting down in your eyes. Is that a problem? I mean, because I've seen people ducking their heads and that podium has changed. And I saw, and it's, don't think I'm crazy, but it seemed to me it was annoying to a lot of people that were standing there tonight. And I don't know, but I know that podium is sitting there in a different area, and I've seen people ducking their heads half the night, and I just thought, I knew you would tell the truth.
Plus, you guys have words across your chest.
Right.
You know, to be honest, it doesn't hurt my eyes. It does feel a bit more like an interrogation than a normal.
Well, and that's what everybody that's been up there looks like. And I just, something's moved. I don't.
Okay.
Right. I think so we had made some adjustments based on the fact that the podium was sort of in the middle of the audience. So we can look at that again and make some adjustments for the next meeting.
I just seen people looking very awkward tonight, like uncomfortable there tonight. And I was like, I might as well ask you two. You'll tell the truth, know about it.
Plus it blocks you. But
Right. I can't see. Yeah, right. Because that's the one I look at. So, yes. But I just saw that. Thank you. But
There's nobody left here to bully you, so you could slide. Any more questions?
John might as well stay there.
Mr. Burke, you did
Yeah.
really well tonight.
Blueprint
for Donna.
implementation report. Dr. Lockhart?
All right. So there's two items we want to address on this month's Blueprint implementation report. First, we want to provide some specifics on our planned ongoing expansion of full-day pre-kindergarten for next school year. In addition to the Blueprint requirement, there's also, as the gentleman who was here a little while ago said, a budget impact. Secondly, we want to address the definition of low-performing schools under the Blueprint, where there's both a state focus and a local focus as it relates to teacher pay. Each of these items will be addressed again later on in the agenda. The pre-K expansion is a component of the budget discussion later, and the definition of low-performing schools is an action item. You'll see that coming up. I'll also, Mr. Wernick and Mr. O'Neill are here to present the information and can respond to questions. Steve?
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Commissioner Frazier, Dr. Lockhart. I had updated many of the pre-K expansion components back in February, but I just wanted to revisit some of this again this month. As you know, that the pre-K expansion through the Blueprint expands full-day pre-K at no cost, currently for students and families that are up to 300% of the federal poverty level. It does say 3-year-olds. 3-year-olds are optional at this point. So there is, the state is not looking at including 3-year-olds, but it is a 4-year-old program. Again, by 2025, any families between the 300 and 600 FPL would use a sliding scale that MSDE is developing for what they consider to be a family share or tuition-based enrollment. Again, a pre-K partnership would be between both private partners as well as our school system. And by 2026-27, there should be roughly a 50% split between our pre-K students going to private pre-K programs as well as our own programs within our school system. Next year, there is supposed to be a 30% split of pre-K students, but I don't see that happening. Again, we're still waiting for the Maryland State Department of Education to provide us with accredited pre-K programs within our schools within Carroll County. For next year, we are expanding several sites in our schools, pre-K sites, to full day. That would be Manchester, Piney Ridge, and Winfield. After the implementation, 15 of our schools will have full-day sites. 5 will still have half-day sites for implementation. And we'll get into the cost more as we go through the budget discussion later on tonight. But I did want to share that this is the first year that, just like we do a kindergarten centralized enrollment process, we're actually doing a pre-K enrollment process that's centralized this year, and that week will be April 25th to the 29th.
Ms. Savigny has a question.
The slide says 15 full-day sites and 5 half-day sites. So are there 2 elementary schools that wouldn't have any pre-K program?
Mount Airy does not, because it's a 3 through 5 school,
Okay.
and Freedom does not have the space, so those students go to other schools within our county for pre-K.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And so, as Dr. Lockhart said, we'll come back to that number later and discuss why we wanted to revisit that as part of a budget update. And the second item we want to cover now, and then this is on your agenda for you to vote on later tonight. So tonight is, I believe, the first time that we're bringing you, the Board of Ed, an item from the blueprint for you to, that would require you to make a decision. But we thought a good way to have the discussion and have a Q&A might be to have that now, and then you'll have that background information when we get to the action item section on the agenda later. And this has to do with defining low-performing schools under the blueprint. And so there's really 2 different places for 2 different reasons in the blueprint where it addresses low-performing schools. And the first place, or one place, is that MSDE ultimately has to form something called expert review teams that it will send out to all of the school systems in Maryland to take a look at practices and approaches and student success, and make recommendations. And partly that will flow into the accountability piece of, theoretically the starting point is that 25% of every local system's new money is withheld until the AIB approves that money to be sent. And those expert review teams ultimately will have sort of a say in that through their recommendations and how the AIB feels a local system's responding to those recommendations. So that's strictly a state matter. And as part of where the state would send those expert review teams in a priority manner, state-defined low-performing schools would be one of the priorities. So the state superintendent would say, okay, these are the low-performing schools in Maryland, so we're going to send the expert review teams there first. You really don't have much to do with that definition. But then there's a second place in the blueprint that has an awful lot to do with employee relations and collective bargaining, where you have a lot to do with the definition. So a second part of the law, where the law defines salary add-ons for teachers who have national board certification, there is a provision in the law that says an NBC teacher assigned to a low-performing school shall receive a $7,000 salary add-on. This would be on top of the $10,000 salary add-on that any teacher gets for obtaining national board certification. And so in this case, the law, at face value as it's written, leaves it up to the local board to make that determination of low-performing schools. Now, the state superintendent had concerns about that, I guess I should say, and his concerns, I believe, as he articulated them to the AIB when he presented, was that, at a state level, there was some concern that we didn't want to have potentially 24 different definitions of low-performing schools related to that. You're going to have one definition of low-performing schools related to where expert review teams go. We didn't want to have 24 different definitions on this salary add-on component. And so the state superintendent proposed a definition that would apply to all Maryland school systems, and there would be state-defined schools, so they just are. They are low-performing schools by state definition, and then there would be a local flexibility option. I almost feel like Steve Wernick should come back up here if there's a lot of questions on this. So there'd be state schools that are schools that have a 1 or 2 star rating under the state accountability system for 2 of the last 3 reporting years. The state says those schools are low performing, and even though the law says you have a choice, you really don't have a choice. Those would be schools where teachers would get $7,000 if they have national board certification. But then the state definition as it relates to this also says that local boards of ed can adopt something that the state's calling local flexibility. And a non-educator, a non-instructional person's interpretation of that is that every Board of Ed, you included, has the ability to name up to 10% of your schools. And so in your case, the state says you can name up to 4, that's 10% of your total, using any appropriate method so long as it gets to, so long as it defines the schools in the bottom 10% of performance in your school system. And so you don't really have an ability to be flexible on the first part of that, the 1 or 2 star schools, but you do have the ability, if you were to choose to do so, to adopt local flexibility. And so that's really the question that's going to come to you as an action item later tonight. You have 0 schools that meet the first part of the state definition. So we have no schools in Carroll County that have a 1 or 2 star rating in 2 of the last 3 accountability cycles. But again, under local flexibility, a board can identify up to 10%, or in our case 4 schools, based on some methodology, as long as it gets to which schools are in the bottom 10%. To my knowledge, as of the last blueprint statewide blueprint coordinators meeting, there are only 3 school systems in Maryland that have adopted local flexibility, and I believe they are Hartford, Washington, and Anne Arundel. And I'll look to Dr. Lockard to see if he agrees with that. And all of the other school systems, to my knowledge, have not, and nor have I heard that they intend to adopt local flexibility. And I think there's a few things to think about as to whether you would want to do that or not. The first is funding. Oh, questions?
Oh, I just did have a quick question about, so we didn't have any schools that meet the state definition, which is the 1 or 2 stars. Can you remind me how many schools that we had that fell into the 3-star category?
I cannot, but Dr. Lockard or Cindy.
I don't think there were many, right?
I think it was just 1, and I don't know if Gateway Crossroads was a part of that calculation as well. So we can get that for you, but I think it was like 1 3-star, right?
Okay, so the vast majority of our schools were 4 and 5, right? Okay.
How, is there any way we could work Title I funding into this? Because those are the schools where we need a lot of assistance in there, and those are students that have a lot of needs.
So this has nothing to do with the Title I census data at all. And I guess maybe we should, Mr. Kyler's giving me this.
Maybe you were going to say that, but I think, I remember,
this will
the
cost
state
money.
doesn't give us any money for having a low-performing school.
So in terms of what would be the fiscal impact of adopting local flexibility, the Board of Ed would have to pay for 50% of the $7,000 stipend or salary add-on per person. And not only that, the provision in the law says that so long as that teacher remains assigned to that school, even if that school exceeds the criteria that made it low performing, they will continue to receive that $7,000 forever, or for as long as they work. So the Board of Ed, would always have to fund the half of that additional $7,000, just like you'll have to fund half of the first $10,000 that a teacher gets just for having National Board. And more than just the funding, there's also the thought that in a school system of our performance, and we continue to want to work hard and do well, we do try to identify in every school where can we make improvements through the school improvement process, and then realign resources or move resources to try to help those students in those schools that are identified as an area for growth grow. And so, philosophically, is it a good idea to label schools low performing when you don't otherwise need to? And does that in some way, cause sort of a perception issue or a stigmatization of certain schools who otherwise are not in any way low performing? So those are the, I think, unless Dr. Lockard wants to add to that, those are kind of the 2 big questions. There's a funding piece, then there's also, is this a good idea? Does this make sense? Those are the kinds of things you're going to have to think through as you make this decision later tonight. You also don't have to make this decision tonight. It would be helpful, if we could make it in advance of one more budget month, but you don't, there's not a law requiring you to make this decision tonight. Dr. Lockhart's recommendation, as you'll see later on the agenda, is to not adopt local flexibility, to only go with the state definition of low-performing schools. Any other questions on that? Okay, thank you.
Revisions to middle school program of studies. Dr. Lockhart?
I think Ms. Gramada's here. She's our Director of Middle Schools. She's going to present the proposed revisions to the middle school program of studies and certainly answer your questions. And I think Mary Swack is here too. Yep.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Lockhart, Commissioner Frazier. You have before you revisions to the middle school program of studies, and basically the purpose behind these revisions was more to align our course numbers and our language that we use when talking about the different levels of our courses to match that of the high school. So just to have that consistency within the secondary level. And then also when we looked at the math courses, really trying to be more transparent about what the curriculum is involved with that. So going from, Math 8 to pre-algebra, because that's what it really is. And then the honors 7th grade course being named pre-algebra as well, because that is the course we take prior to moving into algebra. So Mary and I are here to take any questions you might have, if you have any.
Donna, take it away. So we did discuss this a bit at the CNI meeting last month, but there's still going to be the disjoint on the math in terms of, so the folks taking Algebra 1 versus 8th grade math, right?
Yes, absolutely,
So-
yes. So the students who would have taken honors pre-algebra in 7th grade would be the students who would then move to still, just like before, move to the honors Algebra 1. So yes, we did not change that course at all. That's why it wasn't listed on there.
Okay.
Right, but not changed at all.
But the testing may not quite line up, right?
In terms of MCAP testing, students if they're in 7th grade, they do have to take the 7th grade MCAP. Even though the curriculum they're being taught is the pre-algebra, which is 8th grade, that's a state requirement.
Okay.
Students in Algebra 1, though, in 8th grade, will take the Algebra 1 MCAP assessment.
Okay, so it's really just the 7th grade where it doesn't line up.
Yes.
Okay.
And it hasn't, so that's been consistent, over the past years.
Right.
Dr. Dorsey?
As I was trying to follow along, I was trying to keep straight with the terminology. And I just had a couple of questions to see whether we wanted to look at honors on page 6 when we're looking under the target student population. The last sentence in that first paragraph, care should be taken to judge students' abilities. Are we talking about advanced courses, or are we looking at, does advanced become honors at that point?
So you are in the second paragraph under target student population, or the first paragraph? I'm sorry, I was turning my page, I couldn't keep up.
It says therefore should be selective about, so.
Yes, I'll bring that to Ms. McCausland. She couldn't be here tonight, but I will bring that to her attention, and I think you might be right, that it would be into the honors courses.
Yes.
Okay, and then I was also wondering about Mathematics 7 on page 17. Again, the very first sentence in that top paragraph, the grade 7 academic, and there we're
That should go to
referring
basic.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I will definitely let her know that.
Okay, and since I was looking at the curriculum, once I got to the outdoor school, I just had questions. Where are we with the outdoor school now? Are we up and running? Or?
We are fully functioning. So I believe North Carroll might be in their last, I think they're in their last week. It might be their second to last week. And then we go into West Middle and some of our special programs. So 2 of our schools will have been able to participate fully this year, which we're very excited about. So the nursing, we're fully staffed and things are going great.
Good. Well, thank you for this.
Sure, absolutely.
Great. Thank you all.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
So I noticed that we have a STEM lab and humanities lab. And when I was in middle school at Orms. It would often change from year to year. So do we know how many middle schools are still offering STEM lab and humanities labs?
So it really depends upon the staffing and the number of students we have in the building. I will say that East Middle and Sykesville Middle are going to be dropping that in their 8th grade curriculum and offering Spanish for all of their students, which is exciting because that's, they can have the opportunity to, but I think we have 3 schools that still have that. We're just getting into scheduling now, and it being my first year, I don't have all that memorized. But we're actually talking about scheduling tomorrow at the principals meeting. But I believe there's still 3 schools that have humanity and STEM in maybe not all 3 grade levels, but just depending upon the number of students they have to keep the team model.
And I saw that on page 7, it said that students who successfully complete like French 1 are receive the corresponding high school credit. Do any of our middle schools offer French 1?
They do not. There's potential that maybe that will happen next year. We're not sure, but not at this point in time. Every school just has Spanish at this point.
And I know that we're thinking about expanding the virtual offerings at the high school level so that students have more access to certain language classes, for example. So are we long-term thinking of implementing that at the middle school level as well?
There is talk, I can let Mary speak a little bit about, I'm not sure, about the advanced academics. We do have a handful of students in the county that take geometry in 8th grade. And so for those students next year, we're looking at using one of our advanced academic teachers who is secondary math certified to potentially, this is all like the beginning stages, but to potentially teach that course virtually. So tomorrow with the principals, we'll be trying to align our courses throughout the day so there would be that opportunity if we can actually make it happen. So that's definitely in the thought process.
That is awesome, because I took geometry in 8th grade, and it was not fun doing it asynchronously on the computer.
And as a former geometry teacher, that is definitely a course where you need that interaction, that discussion. I mean, there's so many ways to get to the same solution, and so we agree completely. I'd teach it if I could, but I don't think they'll let me.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
I think that makes a lot of sense, especially with the 8th grade Spanish and what you were talking about with the STEM and the humanities labs. We want that to be consistent, if at all possible, across all the middle schools, right? So if there's an opportunity there to use some of the virtual options for the languages, I think that would help us get the more consistency with the labs.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Spring ELO and compensatory services report. Dr. Lockhart?
Okay, well, Mr. Shockney, who is a busy person, is also chairing our efforts, took over for Mr. Anderson for ELO, summer recovery, and of course, compensatory services. So he's got an update for us this evening on spring ELO, which just concluded recently, hot off the presses. Compensatory services, as well as our planning for summer recovery. Nick?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Locker. Good evening, board members. I'll just give you a brief summary, and I apologize for the nature of this being an oral report, but with report cards going out on Monday, that was our basis for our metrics for evaluating progress. So I have all of the same reports in the same style and format that we used in the fall to share with you as well, too. And I anticipate being able to get those to Dr. Locker tomorrow, and he can share those with you as well. But we ran the same reports that we did for the fall ELO. But I'm very thankful we had another successful ELO window. Special thanks to all of our staff, including transportation, our school nurses, and our food services folks for standing this up for our students. ELOs took place on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for 1 to 2 hours, depending upon the dismissal time and level of the school, for 8 weeks, from February 1 through March 31st. We identified students for their participation in the spring ELO based upon their quarter 2 or end of quarter 2 grades. We offer transportation services and meals to students who participated, and we work within a 1 to 4 student to teacher ratio. Our work that we do in the school year has a smaller ratio than our work that we'll do over the summer. But all in all, this spring we were able to provide general education ELOs to 1,072 students. So that's just a few more than we were able to service in the fall, but very comparable to 1,055 in the fall. But 1,072 were the number of students that we were able to support. At each of the levels, we broke it down looking at the number of failing grades. We saw a significant reduction, as we did in the fall, on the number of failing grades that our students had experienced in kind of that mid-third quarter compared to the end of the third quarter. And we compared the groups of students that participated in the ELO to groups of students, or to students who did not participate in the ELO. So we have both comparative sets of data there. So kids did great overall. In special education, we continue to provide special education recovery compensatory services using that same framework and structure. We have 1,516 students deemed eligible for compensatory services. We have started providing services to 1,137, and again, I'll get you all these numbers. And as of March 15th, which is our state reporting interval, which was before the ELO window is over, we had finished 428. So we are making progress towards that. Our hope is by the end of this summer, we're well over 700 students, or really ultimately at that halfway mark, and we'll continue to provide our services over next school year. That is a requirement of the blueprint that we continue to have ELOs this summer, as well as after school next school year, and special ed compensatory services will just be offered during that same time. We have a committee who's been working hard getting ready for this summer already, of about 18 folks. We've identified our sites. We're going to use 13 schools this summer. It's a little less than last summer, but that's given our availability of some specialized staffing like nursing. Those are the sites that we feel comfortable being able to stand up. Schools are in the process of identifying and inviting kids to participate in that this summer, and it will be a combination of interventions, evidence-based interventions, as well as credit recovery for our high school students as well. Transportation will be continue to be provided this summer. The major difference this summer is we don't have access to universal meals this summer. So we've tried to be strategic and use sites where we know we will have access to meals, but not every one of our sites will have meals, and we'll be upfront with families as we're planning, so they know that we won't have that, unfortunately, everywhere this summer. But we're looking forward to it, and we're very thankful for the hard work from the staff. Special thanks to Ms. Seashell and Mr. Alasakis for all their help pulling all the data for me and putting the report together. Any questions?
Ms. Pataglia?
So a little side story, I went to my son's principal and I said, look, he's been having issues and, I've been saying, you're doing your homework, or, and he's like, I just don't understand. And I was like, well, I know I can't help you, so let's see what we can do. And his principal was amazing by getting him into the program, and he brought his grades up. So it was nice that he was like, okay, I didn't get a bad grade on my report card, because I was like, dude, we got to do something. Like, you can't keep going down this path. But it was good, and it's nice to see that those services are available. Parents can advocate for their kid. Are there any plans to do anything for the fourth marking period for now, for those from third?
So we're going to continue in special education to continue to provide services as much as we can, as long as families are willing to work with us. We don't have the framework for transportation, but a lot of families have said, we'll bring the kiddo into you so we can do some work, and we'll pick up after school, those kinds of things. But that's for special education. But for general education, the next window will start this summer, which is July 11th is the start date that we're looking to start this summer, which will be at the same time we're doing special ed compensatory and extended school year ESY at the same time.
Are there any plans for any extra tutoring available?
I think at any point in time, if any parent reaches out to their child's principal to say, hey, there's a need, is there any available supports? I think that would be kind of the first place to start. But thank you for sharing that story, because we've in addition to students where we've identified by grades, principals also have the flexibility to identify students that they feel would benefit from it as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's the thing. As a parent, you got to advocate too.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just wait for someone to advocate for your kid. You got to advocate for your kid too. So if you see your kid's 7, you got a D. Well, we're gonna fix this, buddy.
Yep.
You gotta do the best you can, and as long as they can bring their grades up, and get where they need to go to move ahead into the next grade. Do what we can do.
And our schools and principals are very creative. They can find lots of unique ways to get kids extra support that they may need.
Thanks. Like I was just going to reiterate, I know that's great advice if you reach out, because a lot of our schools, in addition to the ELO that ran, they've got tutoring labs and other setups to support students.
Thank you. Personnel transaction report. Dr. Lockhart?
Okay, so we're now at that time of the year where we sometimes make changes in assignments for our school leaders, and this is a kind of a typical process we go through every year. We look to have balance of experience and skill sets among our school leadership teams, and also offer individual administrators different opportunities in different schools and communities as we build their professional capacity. So I'm going to read these to you. These are not for action, they're for information. So first we'll start with principals. Shakira Murphy, who's currently the principal at Sandymount. And by the way, all of these would take effect July 1st. Okay. Shakira Murphy, principal at Sandymount, to principal at Ebb Valley Elementary. Justin Watts, who's currently the principal at Ebb Valley, to principal of Robert Moton Elementary School. And finally, Daryl Robbins, who is principal at Robert Moton, to principal at Sandymount Elementary School. Again, all of those moves would take place July 1st. As it relates to assistant principals, a few more moves, and again, all happening July 1st. Karen Barnes, who's currently assistant principal at Freedom Elementary, to assistant principal at Linton Springs Elementary. Jessica Bailey, who's assistant principal at Linton Springs Elementary, to assistant principal at William Winchester Elementary. Cynthia Taylor, who's assistant principal at William Winchester Elementary, to assistant principal at Freedom Elementary. Brianna Bauer, who's assistant principal at Tawnytown Elementary, to assistant principal at Spring Garden Elementary. Amanda Johnson, who's currently assistant principal at Spring Garden Elementary, to assistant principal at Mechanicsville Elementary. John Courtney, assistant principal at Mechanicsville Elementary, to assistant principal at Tawnytown Elementary. Jeff Hopkins, who's currently assistant principal at Oklahoma Road Middle, to assistant principal at West Middle School. Todd Hicks, currently assistant principal at Liberty High School, to assistant principal at Century High School. Kimberly Stem, assistant principal at Century High School, to assistant principal at South Carroll High School. Tom Riddle, who's currently assistant principal at South Carroll High School, to assistant principal at Manchester Valley High School. And Chris Merson, who's currently assistant principal at Manchester Valley High School, to assistant principal at Liberty High School. And those are the transfers that we are informing you of this evening.
Dr. Locker, could you just say a couple words? It seems like a lot, but it's kind of that time of year. But this is done to better prepare them to be a principal, to get new challenges. It's not just to move people around.
That is correct, Mr. Kyler. As I referenced in my opening comments, we're trying to accomplish a few things. First of all, really during the last couple of pandemic years, we were very limited in moving people around for obvious reasons, unless we had a retirement or resignation. But to your point, the principals that were moving, the three that were moving, have been in place for a long time in their respective schools. And oftentimes, looking at a new challenge, or we have an emerging opportunity where their skill set can support us, as it relates to assistant principals, whether it's they've been in place for several years and are looking for that new experience to further develop their capacities, and/or they have a skill set that we could really use at this school. They have experience and success to support a program at another school. So, number of reasons. We also try to look at matching principal and assistant principal skill sets. We like to have a good balance of that, and really it's about opportunity and professional growth as well.
Ms. Savigny?
Dr. Lockhart, I just did want to agree with those comments that it looks like a lot, but it's really, this is far fewer than we were talking about in prior years, right? Like years ago under Superintendent Guthrie, there seemed to be a lot more movement, and I think that and I'm happy to see that there weren't many principals being moved around right after everything going on with the pandemic. Try to keep some consistency. Moving some of the assistant principals around, I think makes some sense. But I did just want to highlight the situation at Manchester Valley, right, where we've said a couple of times that they would probably benefit from a third AP, right? Like, we've
said that for a couple of years, yes.
But we haven't been able to accomplish that from budgeting situations,
Correct.
right? So that's one of the line items that's in the wish lists, I guess.
Well, right. Well, yeah, they weren't really wish list. I know what you're saying. They were more identified through that process of going out to the community and sort of prioritizing all of our needs. We recognized it as a need. they're consistently falling on the higher end of the formula. And so we've been saying for a couple of years, we'd like to be able to provide that to that school.
Right, yeah, wish list was definitely the wrong term. It should have been like they should.
It was identified as
They
a
should
priority,
technically
right?
have a third, we just haven't been able to, right, okay.
And it's a numbers game for people watching. It's not, oh, who wants a third principal. It's a numbers game, and Manchester Valley's been on that cusp for several years. They're up and down, and I think they're up now, and that is a need and not a want, that we definitely do need that third principal there, vice principal there.
And to your other point, just real quick, not making a whole lot of moves really over the last few years at all. When you boil it down, 3 principals who have been long seated in their roles. It's 6 elementary assistant principals, 1 middle school assistant principal, and 4 high school assistant principals. Cumulatively, it seems like, he read a lot of names, but if you look at the depth of our system, it's really not a lot.
Yeah,
So,
makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we're now into
Excuse
action
me.
items. So,
I'm sorry, I had my card
Oh,
up,
I
I'm
didn't see it.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to make one comment, that again, the timing seems to be right, because again, it gives the persons in their current positions, it really gives them time to end this school year and end out with their current staff and students, and then also to have some transition time to possibly take a look at their new assignments. So again, the timing seems to be certainly very good.
When we can do it in the month of April, that's ideal. We know that there are sometimes later on some dominoes if there's a vacancy somewhere that pops up, whether it's centrally and somebody moves from a school and then that creates a vacancy,
Motions
or
and-
that sort of thing. But by and large, I think the bulk of that happening now is advantageous for those things you said.
okay, now action items. Approval of appointments.
So
Dr.
moved.
Lockert?
We do.
Yeah, she moved it?
Yeah, she moved it. So moved.
So we need a
a second.
Action yeah, we're action items.
I'll
I
second.
need a motion for the approval of appointments.
So moved. I'll second.
Okay.
You ladies keep me straight. Dr. Lockert.
All right, here we go. We have 7 recommendations for, we're recommending for your approval this evening for appointment. I'll read through each of them. First is Teresa Derschmidt, a school psychologist. Chris Hines, from acting principal at Mount Airy Middle to principal at Mount Airy Middle. Taylor Jones to a school psychologist position. Kimberly Mail to human resources supervisor. Lisa Miles to the coordinator of student services, health services. Catherine Schoner to school psychologist. Noah Scholl, acting principal right now at West Middle to assistant principal at West Middle. I'm sorry, acting assistant principal to assistant principal at West Middle. And I think I got them all. So those are the appointments we bring to you for your consideration for approval.
Any questions?
I just noticed that some take effect tomorrow and others July 1.
Right, so for the, I believe it's the acting roles, right, yeah, for the folks who are sitting and acting, it makes sense for us to go ahead. There's no backfill or dominoes there. And the others are, May and then July 1, right?
And you have a few from other systems.
Yes.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of personnel action items.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
Dr. Lockert?
Okay, board members, there are only 2 personnel action items this month, 1 new hire and 1 promotion. And that's included in the agenda packet. Any questions?
Any questions?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of award of bids.
So moved.
Second? Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Dr. Lockwood.
Okay, board members, 8 items on the monthly award of bids list. I'll read through those, and then we'll take questions and feedback. The first one is refurbishment of gym floors at Century High and Pars Ridge Elementary School. The second is the printing of the school informational calendars. The third is alternative transportation services for select students. This is Freedom Taxi. This item is specific to meeting the service needs of just a couple of our special education students. We've been unable to transport the students and have been unable to hire an assistant to meet the needs of the student on the bus. So this service, which has been successful in Howard County Public Schools, is being engaged to allow us to transport the students until we can find a permanent solution. Did I capture that, Mr. Shockney, correctly? Okay.
And this one will not short us any regular buses. This is a special need situation.
Correct. The fourth is plant operations equipment. This is a pick list for custodial supplies for next year. The fifth is tennis court repairs at Westminster High School. I think that's a piggyback bid on a national cooperative to repair the tennis courts there. The sixth is for furnish and installation of a walk-in cooler at West Middle School. And the last 3 items here are all specific to food services programs and will be paid for through the food service program fund. The serving line, the 7th is a serving line at Westminster High School, and the 8th is furnishing and installation of dishwashing machines at 2 schools, an additional unit at Westminster High School. And it looks like this item is, okay, that's emergency procurement to address an immediate need that arose at Westminster High School. And I think we were able to contact the vendor who received a similar award at the March meeting, and they honored the same price for the emergency replacement. You get that? Okay. So those are the 8 award bid items.
Ms. Herbert.
I just, I'd have to ask something about a bus. I just want to, if you told or talked to the bus contractors to let them know what you were doing, that's all. Just common courtesy.
I believe, I'm sorry, I'm not at the mic. I believe that Mike did call Ms. Grody to let her know that we were doing this, and
Okay.
we're just trying to get these kids to school for the rest of the year.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the bus contractors were contacted. Thank you. I'm glad you're in the audience.
So, John, while we're talking about that, do we know what the expected cost of that is?
Do you know? So I don't know if we know. For the rest of the year, we're not even sure that it would exceed the purchasing threshold that would require your action, but since we weren't sure, I think I made the decision to go ahead and bring this now. In the longer term, if we find an assistant to ride the bus, we would return to that mode of transportation. But it's I spent some time with Nick and Mike. I felt like it was best to err on the side of transparency and bring this to you, even if it doesn't exceed $25,000 for the rest of the school year. I don't know if you have a.
We always are least restrictive in what we do in special education. So if we can get a student to be successful, we'd obviously look to transition away from this support into a more traditional special transportation bus that we would utilize. But these are very exceptional situations on a very individual basis, just to preserve safety of students and others, where there's lots of other interventions been attempted. So I don't really think this is become a consistent pattern, but we'll work to obviously get that student back to more regular transportation as appropriate.
Okay, and so this will be deployed as soon as possible, but we anticipate it ending by the end of the year.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it will end at the end of the year unless the student involved may require extended school year services. The specific audience are students who attend non-public placements that we're utilizing this support for. Many of those programs are 11-month programs, so it would depend upon the individual students involved and their success and independence. And we, like anything, we would try to fade a support, but I couldn't give you only for this year. It very well could continue into summer or beyond, but on an individual student basis.
Thank you.
Mr. Hart, Hardesty just informed me that under the contract for the 45 days remaining in the school year, it would be about $7,000. So it was
Okay.
well below 25, but
Gotcha.
it seemed like the proper thing to do was to bring it here. So I
I
guess
appreciate
technically you
that.
don't need to approve it, but it would be
It's good to know about it.
helpful if you did.
Well, Mrs. Savigny, any other questions?
I did have one other question, Mr. Kyler. Just real quickly on the pick list that's attached. There was one item where the low bidder wasn't chosen. I was just curious if there was a specific reason for that. It was the number 11.
I don't know that I can answer that tonight. I'll have to, I can't answer that this evening here. I'll have to
Okay.
get an answer from Ms. Codner, our supervisor of purchasing, and let you know.
Okay.
So if you want, you could hold that item till May.
Okay. I don't think that we need to hold it. I just would be curious to know if there was a specific reason why low bidder wasn't chosen.
We'll get you a response on that.
Okay, thank you.
And then I had also noticed there were some where only the one company put in the bid, so.
Yeah, and that sometimes happens. I think one of the other bids, we only had 2 bidders and one was disqualified, so that was essentially a one bid item as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now, 8D, the approval of decision on defining low-performing schools. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right.
Dr. Lockert.
Board member, so just a little while ago, we received the background and details on this item when John and Mr. Warnick presented the blueprint implementation report. Now, we do need the board to take action on defining low-performing schools under the blueprint. Again, it's my recommendation, John shared this earlier, that the board adopt the state definition of low-performing and not adopt local flexibility. Under that definition, as we said, CCPS has no low-performing schools. And the reasons for my recommendation are not limited to the impact on teacher salary and the associated costs, but that's a part of it, but only a part of it. The bigger concern is that defining low-performing schools where they otherwise do not exist, I believe, serves to stigmatize those schools, school communities, and students unnecessarily. We have areas for growth or improvement in all our schools, and we recognize those areas and align resources and supports to them. That's a natural part of our school improvement process. It's a natural part of what we do each year as we look at where our needs are. And I believe we can continue to meet those needs without attaching arbitrary labels on schools at this point. So I'll stop there. We have John available for additional questions if anybody has any.
Ms. Savigny?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's an old
Old card.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Dr. Lockett.
Yep, thank you.
Now, 8E, I need a motion for approval of an MOU between CCPS and the Carroll County Sheriff's Office for the bus patrol contract.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Dr. Lockett.
Okay, board members, this item is really about cleaning up, an oversight when we initially approved the contract with bus patrol. At that time, Sheriff DeWeese supported the program, was involved in its development, and we openly discussed if the program reached the point where revenue under the stop arm violations paid for all of the technology, that any additional revenue would go to the sheriff's office. However, in following up discussions with the Sheriff's Command, we realized that the contract itself does not contain language that clearly stipulates this understanding, as the contract is really between the Board of Education and the vendor, but not the sheriff. Therefore, we asked Mr. O'Mealy to draft the MOU that you have attached there to make certain that the original understanding is officially recorded.
So,
Ms. Pataglia.
Just out of curiosity, do we know like how much has been received from the fees?
0 so far. So this is sort of hypothetical or theoretical.
Okay, so like no one has been charged with anything?
No, I'm not saying that. It's the way that the contract worked from the beginning was the vendor was putting that equipment on the buses, the stop arm, cameras, the radios and the internal cameras. And so the way the contract works is until enough revenue comes in to pay for that equipment, then there is no excess revenue. Once the equipment is paid for, then any revenue that comes in beyond that would go to the sheriff. That was the understanding, and when we looked at it recently with his command, we realized, even though we all said that and he knew that and we talked about it here, that's really not written anywhere because the contract is between the Board of Ed and Bus Patrol.
Okay.
But we're away from that because if you remember when we did this was the pandemic. So
Right.
for, the better part of 1 year, the buses weren't even on the road to have the option to collect the revenue.
Do we have any idea maybe how many tickets have been distributed?
We average 30 to 40 a day.
A day?
30 to 40 a day.
Now, we have
That's
nothing to do with that process, thankfully so. That's
Wow.
the sheriff's process. So the company looks at the videos and makes the determination whether it's in their opinion valid, and then those go to the sheriff, or to people who work for Sheriff DeWeese. They review them and make the determination whether they're going to charge the fine. And some of this I'm saying that I think I know, but I'm not sure I know, so I'll look at Mike. And then whichever deputy processes those goes to court. Somebody from Bus Patrol may go to court with them or support them with the video. We don't.
Okay.
We don't, we get reports, but we don't do anything with that process, obviously. That's the sheriff's process.
It's still good to know, and obviously we're all in shock right now because 30 to 40 a day, and how many times do we constantly beat the gavel down about stop when the bus stops and says stop and the arms out and red lights. I don't.
It's amazing to me, but it's actually consistent with what they projected. They figured that's about what they would need to eventually, pay for the equipment. And I do look at those reports periodically, and some of it makes sense because I do think, if I didn't work in this job it can, I think, occasionally be confusing if it's a divided highway or not. Am I supposed to stop? And a lot of those violations fall at places where I would say it may be a little bit harder for a motorist to go, should I be stopping or not? But a lot of them don't
Right.
at all. So,
I thought that the laws had got a little more stricter in that process, but wow.
yeah, we could bring, to talk about that aspect of it, I feel more comfortable if Lieutenant Lawrence or Major Stem or somebody came and gave their perspective. We could have them do that. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that because they handle that, including how the courts are responding to those tickets and all of
I
that.
think that'd be an awesome presentation, and exactly this is when you get your picture taken, and when they.
We'll talk to Lieutenant Lawrence and see.
I don't know.
if the
I
sheriff
just think
agrees.
that's.
Yeah, and I'd love to understand if it's decreasing over time, if it's having an impact.
Well, it's definitely not decreasing on Route 482 because I've called John at least once or twice a week, and they just continually run the bus lights, and they do it in the morning, they do it in the evening. 3 weeks ago, the car was stopped, and then the next guy just plowed right into him, and it's all the time. And that's not a highly ticketed area. It's down, I think, more at the south end, if I'm correct.
Some of the higher, if you look at a certain look, because it's by stop, so some of the highest ones are on 26 or Liberty Road.
Wow.
But, to Ms. Herbert's point, I'm going to do something I know I shouldn't do, which is speak for the sheriff. I hope he's watching. I think Sheriff DeWeese would say, because I've heard him say this isn't about making revenue. This is about bus safety.
Right.
So another thing that it does is when we have issues, when you can look at the report and say, wow, something seems to be happening here at this stop, then we can contact them and they'll send a deputy out to observe that stop, try to slow people down, see if there's additional signage they can put up, things like that. So there's all sorts of, benefits from this that exceed just the equipment that we ended up with on the bus.
I do have one other question. Now, I know when this all first started, I know they had trouble with the phones and this and that. Has that all been taken care of with this bus patrol? Everything's working really well now?
I think overall, yes, there might be a glitch here or there at any given time, but they've responded to that and.
Okay,
you know,
but they've
addressed it
taken
as
care of
they
the
go.
bus contractors and the buses, whatever needed to be done.
I'm not aware of any
Okay,
outstanding
all right,
immediate
okay,
issues.
just checking. Well, she's the president, so she would.
Are any complaints?
Excuse me, there are some continuing problems.
Oh.
And they visit the contractors' bus lots very regularly to deal with the issues and to resolve those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think they've been responsive.
Any more questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of transfer of school bus contracts.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, board members, this is a routine transfer of a bus contract from one of our existing contractors to another, and it is outlined in 8F, the agenda item.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of easement agreement between the Board of Education and County Commissioners to allow entrance to the South Carroll High School property to make improvements to the wastewater treatment plant outfall. Dr. Lock, oh, I'm sorry. I
So
need a
moved.
motion. I'm in a
Second
hurry.
that.
Second?
Second.
Dr. Lockett.
All right, this is an approval of an easement to allow the county to perform work on the wastewater treatment plant. It's near South Carroll High School.
Any questions?
And it ends as soon as that work is done, right?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of project MOU between Board of Education, Maryland Stadium Authority, and County Commissioners for the construction of East Middle School.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, board members, this next item relates to the East Middle Replacement Project. As we've discussed previously, this project was funded by the state under the former House Bill 1, the Built to Learn Act. We were one of the earliest in line with the East Middle project, and at the time, House Bill 1 was enacted through veto override. The state had not yet worked out all the procedures between the IAC and the Maryland Stadium Authority. Fortunately, however, the state did not hold up the project and allowed us to progress on time with it, so that's good. Officially, House Bill 1 does require an MOU between the board, the Maryland Stadium Authority, and the county. So the MOU has been reviewed by all legal counsel and is ready for your approval. From our perspective, one of the biggest items for us to focus on would be that we retain the role of construction manager for the project, and that's included in the MOU before you. Mr. Prokop is here if you have any additional questions.
Mr. Vigney?
Mr. Kyler, could we, or maybe Mr. Prokop, if we could just talk about Schedule A and how those numbers are broken down? And I also note that Appendix 1 is blank, so I'm just curious.
Right, that's the MOU between MSA and the IAC. We do have a copy of that. It just starts to get a little bulky, so we can get that to you if you'd like. But that's that agreement which creates the need for this agreement.
Okay, gotcha.
So we can get that.
Okay.
Your question was?
So it was Schedule A.
And when you say how it's broken down,
So just looking at I was just trying to understand, so the local shares are the 37.7 million, and that's what we had agreed to with the commissioners,
Right.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
But then how exactly is the 4 million, so the maximum CIP program funding allocation?
that's going to come through the typical process. That's what the IAC would typically grant to us because the maximum, the 23.8 through the Built to Learn Act was the maximum we could get from MSA.
Okay.
So that's just the remainder to cover the rest of the allocation from the state. So those two numbers represent that.
Okay, I was just trying to, understand the state funding formula, how that applies here.
There's a mix in the two. So it's not coming from one source, it's coming from two.
Okay. But the 27 seems, or I guess it's closer to 28, 28 million is significantly less than a typical state share versus the local share of 38.
38, I'm sorry.
It says the local share is 37.7.
Right.
And then the sum of the two other pieces is 27.
Right, you have to remember on the local side, there's costs that aren't, the state doesn't participate in.
The planning and the.
So, yeah, so it doesn't break out to an even, to a typical split that you would, the 49, 51%.
Okay. Oh, and that had to do with how some of it was with the funding formula, for the square footage, that they weren't.
Right, there's costs that aren't participating. We get that all broken out for you if you like, just to see what how those percentages actually break down. It's about a 2-page document with all sorts of great calculations on it, but we can get that for you if you'd like to see it.
I think I'm good. I was just trying to remember, because the percentage split seemed off to me, so I was trying to remember why that was, so, okay.
It's that wonderful formula word that you like.
Yes, I know, right?
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
It is looking pretty over there, by the way. I love driving by every day and seeing some type of form of equipment moving around, dirt and whatever.
Discussion items. Revisions to board policy ECF and revisions to board regulation ECF. Dr. Lockwood?
Okay, this item is brought for discussion and will return in the future for action. Legislation passed in 2021 that requires all local boards to implement or update existing policies on environmental awareness and conservation. The state produced a template that we're required to use in making the required revisions to our policy and regulations. So, Mr. Prokop is still with us. Briefly summarize the changes being required by the state.
Okay, so yes, House Bill 630 enacted last year does require the board to adopt or update an energy policy, your energy policy ECF. We took that policy, we adapted the templates that Dr. Lockhart mentioned, and we've made those changes. In general, what they require in the policy that wasn't in before was discussion about the purchasing, our purchasing processes. They wanted make sure we had information about conservation, efficiency, things like that. We also had to begin to put in some information required for monitoring and reporting, and also historical data. It's a little odd to have historical data placed in a policy like that, but the law specifically required it. So we questioned it. The answer we got was put it in, so we did. It also calls for a future reporting of quite a bit of detail about our energy usage. And energy in this case equals electricity. In our case, when we look at our square foot usage, BTUs per square foot, for comparison year to year, we're looking at natural gas and oil in addition to our electricity use. But the state in this law is just specifically concerned about electricity. They seem to be very interested in the reporting that will occur in October. They seem to be very interested in the renewable sources. So we'll be breaking things down and to break all that out for them for that purpose. As far as I know, as far as the law doesn't require us to continue to report, but the law does require us to have a monitoring and reporting system in place, which we are adapting at the moment from the bill pay process that we have in place. So there are suggestions from Maryland Energy Administration on what we should be using. We're still working out those details, whether we're going to go the route to use the application that they're suggesting. It would require quite a bit of manpower to stand on its feet for us to be able to use that application. So we're we're still working with them on that. So the changes that you see in the policy, it's our interpretation of the IAC, the Interagency Commission for School Construction, Maryland Energy Administration, and the Maryland Department of the Environment. And that's their interpretation of the original law. So we're going to see how this flies with our friends at the state, see what they think, if we've conformed to what the law required, and we'll go from there. It is required to be submitted by July 1st. So it's coming to you for review this month, and then it will be brought back to you next month for approval.
Ms. Pataglia?
Now, we did the solar field over there by South Carroll, correct? The county had did that, and we had the modifications. Does that do anything regarding electricity usage at South Carroll High School?
Yes. I mean, those are energy credits that come back to the school system. So it does count, but it's actually a very complicated question you're asking, because depending on whether that energy is counted before the meter or after the meter determines whether or not we can report it to the state as a renewable energy source. Okay. We're still trying to work that particular detail out, but it does count. It does account for our purposes. The energy created does go to it goes to South Carroll, and then anything left over from that cascades to other schools.
Were we looking? I guess we should have asked this before we started. We're doing construction, but are we implementing some type of newer energy usage at Career and Tech and East Middle, whether it be some type of solar panels or?
Not a renewable source like that. No. What we do have to achieve. It used to be a LEED silver certification, but it's effectively the same thing. The law calls it something somewhat different these days, but it's essentially the same thing. But there's quite a bit that goes into it besides just energy usage. There's quite a few other, design aspects of the building that go into giving you that silver usage, or that silver label. But we don't have any renewable energy sources going into any of the schools. We struggle with those because the cost tends to be, it doesn't become beneficial until you get an array that's as big as the one that's at South Carroll, for instance, about 5 acres. And that's when it starts to become cost effective. Typically, we're seeing some of our LEAs, they're adding them to their roofs and things like that. We're still struggling with that in terms of how it affects the roof itself, and also what's the return. We're just not seeing the square footage really giving us a return there. So we do note when feasible, we'll incorporate those aspects, but they have to be shown to us by our consultants that it makes sense to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Savigny?
Dr. Luckert, I had a question about, this seems to be much more operations and plant maintenance kind of oriented. Although when you look at the administrative regulations, there's a couple of things in here under procedure that sound more like policy, right? Like the Carroll County Public Schools shall provide under number 5, number 1, it says CCPS shall provide a comprehensive multidisciplinary environmental literacy program infused within current curricular offerings and aligned with the Maryland environmental literacy standards. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but it's not necessarily tied to this particular policy, right? Like that feels more policy oriented in and of itself rather than an administrative regulation. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I'm assuming that's driven by the changes that are required, correct?
Well, the way the administrative regulation was set up, Section 1 was already a part of it. So the regulation was set up to show, the relationship between the instructional aspects for energy and the operational side. So what we did was we updated that first section.
Okay, so that's really just to comply with the awareness component, I guess, for students and community.
Right, and the law does reference that.
Okay. Yeah, I
Miss-
was just trying to understand the boundary between policy
yeah.
and administrative regulations.
Ms. Mestry?
So I've been asked this by many students, but do we have any long-term plans to increase the use of renewable energy sources in Carroll County Public Schools overall?
Not a goal. We just continue to look at the most cost-effective way to procure our energy. And that's, we do a comparison, trying to see if we can increase that renewable energy. But at the moment, we're still looking at things from a cost perspective. We still, distill it down. It would be a paradigm shift to go to another decision-making process for the selection, for our energy provider. So. I have a feeling that is kind of going to be the conversation that's occurring over the next few years with our friends at the state, and we'll just have to see what the results are. But I think there will be a push to set goals and to perhaps go in a different direction when it comes to procurement. But we just have to see. That's just me speculating. Like John not talking about not wanting to talk about the sheriff or talk for the sheriff. I don't want to talk about the state, but I just have a feeling that it just feels like that's what's coming.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Fiscal year 23 budget update. Dr. Lockhart?
Yep, so we're at the stage where we've submitted the budget request to the county. We're waiting for the commissioners to conclude their deliberations and indicate what our final revenue number will be for FY '23. We had our agency hearing on March 29th. Mr. Kyler was with us to present for that, and several board members were in the crowd. We have some, we've had some additional. You can come to the table if you want to, John. We've had some additional follow-up with county staff and continue to provide any information that assists them in our process. Also, the General Assembly concluded on Monday, and we can confirm our expected state revenue for next year. So in the meantime, we wanted to take a minute at this meeting to bring some updates we have on the FY23 budget, highlight at least one major concern at the state level, I know John's going to point out, and remind the public of the remaining timeline and process. So, John.
Right. There was a strobe light thing happening there. I was asking Ms. Herbert if I was seeing that or was I having a stroke, and she confirmed that that's what was happening. So as Dr. Lockhart said, we thought it'd be a good time because we're sort of waiting on the county process, but we did have a couple of updates to your expenditures we wanted to share, and then we wanted to talk about something that we really weren't sort of anticipating last fall from the state that we may have to address. So we wanted to look at revenue, look at those expenditures that we've been talking about, and then talk about some relatively small changes to those. What you're seeing here is your requested budget to the county, and as Dr. Lockhart said, the General Assembly concluded Monday at midnight, and that number's about as sound as we can have a number now from the state. It won't be exactly that figure when it washes out in a formula, but it'll be close to that. So we're still working with your request to the county, which still includes the $4 million above the county's 5-year plan that you asked for in terms of revenue. And then again, these numbers are not different than what you've been seeing. These are the expenditures that we identified as far back as December at your I think it was December or November at your first budget work session. We may have tweaked these numbers a tad bit, and I'm not even sure that we've done that, but we've talked about these things a lot. We can certainly talk about them again if you want to tonight, but what I'm trying to say is for now, what you're looking at is not a change from anything you've seen. These are the rest of the expenditures that you've been talking about. So these are the things that total $6.8 million or $6.9 million. And then we wanted to talk about a couple of updates to those expenditures. So one of the updates Mr. Werdig touched on earlier this evening during the Blueprint Implementation Report, and that is our plan to continue to expand half-day pre-K to full-day pre-K. Next year we want to add 3 more sites. And in the earlier presentation on the Blueprint, Steve had the slide that broke out the fact that would require an increase in operating costs of $450,000. that I think had everything to do with the additional teaching and or assistant FTE needed to move from half-day to full day. We don't believe that that is ultimately what the blueprint is going to ask, but it's a process that's been underway since the blueprint started phasing in after the 2019 General Assembly, and we know that they certainly won't disapprove of this because it's within, ultimately within the long-term goal. The thing that's a little bit different, and it's more, it's just more about process than it is anything else. Leading up to the blueprint, the 2 or 3 years of phase-in, when we would do this expansion each year, and we have been doing this each year, we would get an increased grant from the state the next year under the phase-in grant. Now there is no grant because it's all part of the blueprint formula beginning in 23, and so there's not a separate grant to add to your bottom line in fiscal 23. So we have to account for this $450,000 in these figures. Or it's not here yet. We need to sort of add that amount to this running total. And then the second thing is, Ms. Grody spoke earlier about the bus contractor's additional request. This doesn't really relate to that. Those were things like, well, it relates to one of them, I guess, but those were things like changing the divisor per mile. Those were their additional requests. This is a direct response to the action you already took as a board in, I believe, February, when you made a decision to change the pay for drivers and assistants retroactive to July 1st and increase it by January 3rd to increase driver and assistant pay by 5%. And then the formula planned for July 1, which previously we had been discussing with this number, $2.2 million increase. That $2.2 million has always included a 3% increase to driver and assistant pay on July 1, but we now have to add that 3% on top of the 5% retroactive back to January 3rd. And that cost to do that is about $500,000 in fiscal 23 and beyond. So a different way of looking at that, and a future slide might be that this number, which has been 2.2 million, would be more like 2.7 million. So those are two updates that we're now aware of and can cost out and bring to you that you kind of need to account for in your bottom line. And so we've added that here. So that 6.8 has now been increased by those two numbers to become 7.8. And that changes your available balance. Previously, we were talking about that at I think, 13.8 million roughly. Now that becomes $12.8 million. That doesn't include these same things that's never included. It doesn't include any employee compensation, which, as you know, you have to arrive at through collective bargaining, which is a process that is happening right now, ongoing. That doesn't include any other blueprint requirements, and this kind of gets to maybe what the one speaker in the second round of public speaking mentioned earlier. Another challenge we have, though, is we have such limited specific guidance from the state agencies on what is going to be required from us. And this is in some ways, it's gotten better for the state with this General Assembly, but kind of less clear even for local. So they passed a bill, it's House Bill 1450, which changed the state timeline for the state comprehensive implementation plan. So MSD has to have some guidelines for what locals will have to have in their blueprint implementation plan, and then the AIB has to say, here's the model comprehensive blueprint implementation plan for Maryland that every Board of Ed's plan has to then be created around. They've moved that timeline, which pertains to them, back. And at the end of that timeline is us, or every local Board of Ed. So your blueprint implementation plan in the first instance won't be due until March of 23 now. And that's great, because how could we create a blueprint implementation plan when we don't know what the requirements are? But none of your other timelines change. So I'm trying to be respectful of the state because Ray just said I should be, but basically they moved their timeline. They didn't change any of local timelines. So national board certifications, all those other things, pre-K, ensuring resources for more students, we don't know what's going to be required of us until 9 months into the next fiscal year. And so we were always sort of trying to hold a placeholder in the budget for how could we then respond to something when we find out, hey, you should have done this, Carroll County. And we thought at the time it would be probably early in the fiscal year. Now we know it'll be more like March in the fiscal year before we find out, is our plan approved or not? It might even be later than March. That's when the plan's due. So we had talked about trying to create a placeholder in the budget for these other blueprint requirements until we had the level of clarification from the state where we really felt comfortable that we understood what the expectations are. So I know he left a long time ago, but another response to the speaker earlier would be, it's hard to have much of a conversation about what these program and therefore budgetary requirements are when you have no clear understanding of exactly what the state's going to require. This line is the other bus contractor requests, so those were the things that Ms. Grody was referring to earlier when she spoke, and then the other system priorities, and those are and that's on another slide in a minute, so we can go through it. That's those things that you defined earlier as needs or the the wish list, and we said that wasn't the right term. That slide's still in here with this new balance. So,
John, is there any expectation that the state is going to recognize that they've done this and push out the timelines for the local boards?
no,
No? There's no chance that's going to happen?
no,
Okay.
that ship sailed Monday night. And to be fair to them, because I'm not trying to make enemies at the state, they think it's a good thing. So if you have a meeting with them, and I have an unlimited number of blueprint meetings. There was a PZAM meeting on Friday where some members of the AIB were there. They'll say, what you need is the implementation plan guidance, and the good news is we just move the date so that we have time to get you really good guidance. But we're trying to adopt a budget now, and we're trying to bargain with unions now, and we're trying to figure out what to do with pre-K that's going to be approved. That's the part where, I don't know how to say it, Dr. Lockhart, there seems to be a disconnect in understanding of what's happening here.
And I will say, John, not to interrupt, but they are asking us to do things without guidance, making monetary mandates, putting us in a bad position. And I can tell you this about the state. I said 2 months ago, and this will be 3 months ago, that I'd called in, and guess what? They still have not, the State Department has still not called me back. So I just wanted to let that know. But that's what goes on. It is. And it's going to continue, but I don't know how we're going to keep going with all these mandates. And it's not 100,000 anymore. It's millions. And I don't know if our taxpayers in Carroll County are really aware of how much burden they're putting on each local jurisdiction here, boards of education, to make all this available.
Right. Well, some other local boards of ed have windfalls of money coming from the state.
And we
to go
don't.
along
Carroll
with the
County
money.
has
We
not.
do not.
We do not have any windfalls.
We are getting very shortchanged.
Yes, we are.
At the state level.
And what was the answer you two were given when you told in your last meeting, Pazam, that we're being shortchanged? It's a formula.
Yeah, and that's consistently what the state would say. And I mean, I guess to be fair to them, how they fund local boards of ed, at least in my whole career, has always been a formula. It was the old formula and the Thornton formula, now the blueprint formula. So ultimately their answer is that we're following the law, maybe is a different way of saying it. Whether that law or that formula is great for us, which it rarely turns out to be, is a different thing, but they're meeting their statutory requirement. It's also why, and I am not trying to wax political at whatever hour it is, but it's also why every governor of any party always is proud to say, my budget this year is the biggest spending on education ever, because as long as there's one extra student somewhere in all of Maryland next year, mandatorily, that governor's budget has to be more on education than the prior year because it's driven by a student enrollment formula. But we do not prosper under the state formula, and it has a lot to do with our relative wealth and our demographics. Whether you agree that it should or not, that's really what it comes down to. But, and this isn't the presentation for tonight, but the two major lingering concerns with this are we don't know what we should be doing, and we're going to find out after the fact. And that's going to affect everybody in the system led by those people sitting back there. What curricula should we have been developing? What programs should we have been creating? I'm especially concerned about the work group that Mr. Shockney chairs, because we're never going to qualify for any of those funds under the blueprint. Those are the concentration of poverty funds and other sort of at-risk population funds. We're just not. But I doubt that the state's going to say, well, then you didn't have to do any of the requirements in the state comprehensive implementation plan for those students in those areas. I suspect they're going to say, yes, you still have to do it. You're just not going to get any funding from the state. And then lastly, we've talked about this many times. We talked about this with the commissioners the other day. I'm also concerned that these funds are going to turn out to be restricted in some way, meaning you're going to have to make budgetary decisions in May to align your budget with whatever the final revenue number comes in from the commissioners. And we're going to find out sometime in fiscal 23 if the state is okay with how you spent the money. And I don't want to get into bargaining too much, but if you use this slide as kind of a benchmark for how much things cost for an organization our size with 3,500 employees, it's going to be hard not to use all of the blueprint money to meet the salary requirements for teachers under the blueprint and still not get there. And if we find out somewhere in fiscal 23 from the state, no, our expectation was that you spent, so the formula, if you think about the formula, you sort of picture it as a spreadsheet with columns with a label at the top of each column. So if the state says after the fact, no, you can't have done that, Carroll. You were supposed to spend this $1 million you got for College and Career Ready on some new College and Career Ready program, and we need to see what that is. Show us where that money went to this program. We're not going to be able to do that. We're going to say, we spent that money on salary because that was also in your law, and we had to do that, and we did that first. And I don't know if it's going to be that strict, like restricted the way you would think of a grant, or if it's just going to be sort of reporting restricted, like we're going to have to show after the fact, what did you do with that money? And it's sort of like, well, you should have done other things. But you can't, if that turns out to be our reality, then we do not have enough blueprint money coming here to do everything in the blueprint. But we don't know. And we're not going to know until I think at least March of 23. And that's a problem.
Mr. Vigney?
I was going to say, do we have any recourse? Like, we know that we have to meet the salary pieces, and we're not even going to have enough to cover the salary pieces. So when other requirements come down, are we going to have the capability to say we weren't given the money to do that?
And along with that, these other counties that seem to be offering more than we can afford to offer, are they just better off with the formula, or where are they getting the money?
So almost everybody's better off in the formula than us, but not everybody. But the counties that you hear about or have heard about are sort of metropolitan-based counties. So if you went to the shore or the far west, you're not going to hear that we have these large settlements with our unions or whatever. So most of those counties have done better under the formula than us. Now, if you talk to them, they would say it's not enough money. But all of the things that I'm saying to you tonight in this discussion, I have said endless times at blueprint coordinator meetings and other meetings, to the point where they don't, really, I'm not sure they're all that thrilled when I pop up on the Zoom screen, but they don't have answers and they're not offering any. And they're, I guess to be fair, and I know some of these people, I've worked with some of these people a long time, they're good, hardworking people who mean well, I know. But they're also in a tough spot. This was a law that passed, got vetoed, and then got enacted like that with a veto override in the subsequent session. And this isn't about the politics of it, but then the AIB was created but not funded, so it still has one employee instead of 15 or whatever it was supposed to have. And, they would say, you want guidance, but it's hard for us to get there when we're not resourced to do that work and provide it to you either. So, and they don't, I also think ultimately they don't appreciate what happens at a local level in terms of timelines for budget development, collective bargaining, et cetera. So it's going to be a rough couple of years, I think, phasing into this before there's clarity. And if you know, if kind of the worst case thing that I'm laying out, like what if this happens, we're all going to have to make an argument to the state. You can't ding us. You can't withhold 25% of our new funding in fiscal '24. You can't show up in March or later and say, you should have done this, you should have done that, you can't have done this, you can't have done that.
And John, at last week's PZAM meeting, we heard that from several of our,
Yes.
Similar counties across the state that are in the same spot that we are.
It's exceedingly
But
frustrating.
we're not alone there.
PZAM and MABE have sent 7 pages of questions to MSD and the IEB, and they have them and they acknowledge them. When we have these meetings, they don't say, shush, we won't take your questions. They just say, we don't have answers for that. Most of those answers will come in the comprehensive implementation plan, which we now know isn't going to be until next year.
So, Dr. Luckard, who are the counties that are most closely in the same position that we are?
So I'm trying to remember around the table.
It would be like Cecil. I'd have to look. I did a percentage split once on who we were around like a 3.7% increase or something, and there were some others in that range. But then there are some others nearby who, and it's under the formula, so they haven't done anything. They're just more fortunate under the formula. Like Frederick, which is adjacent, received I think $41 million under the formula, and their enrollment went up, and their relative wealth is different than ours, and their overall demographic is different than ours, and so that's, but they wouldn't say we have too much money to do these things, so it's we did not receive the percentage increase that other places did, and we don't qualify for certain types of funds under the blueprint that other counties do, and that's not going to change. So for 10 years, that's going to be the case. They're not going to change that formula for us. So that leaves you here. This is your same list of hypothetical scenarios, priorities you know about and have identified for a long time. That additional blueprint requirement, we were just trying to say, what about $1 million to respond in real time? That's there. The federally funded positions on the 5th line, the 1.6 million. Those are not a fiscal '23 immediate problem for you. They're funded with the ESSER funds through another fiscal year. But we continue to talk about that because that's a blueprint related issue, in that we were able to, in the midst of the pandemic, when we were having a hard time staffing and doing a lot of things, we were able to take the ESSER money and use it in a way it was intended to be used. And we were able to hire some of the teachers we hope to hire to help us get through. That funding would run out in '24, and we'd be faced with reducing FTE. It wouldn't necessarily be riffing people, because natural attrition would take care of it, but cutting back teaching positions. When under the blueprint, we're required to add a lot of teaching positions starting in '25 and out to the end of the blueprint to deal with the teachers only teach 60% of their duty day. And so that's, there's some things on here we're highlighting because, what kind of decisions do we make here? It seems a shame to release people that you've hired and trained to only have to hire and train other people in a future day. You still have the 9 positions you pre-funded with fund balance because you believe that they were high needs priorities. And I would say, in hindsight, if we hadn't had those folks in the pandemic, that would have been tough. Additional contractor items, that could be way more than that 500 for all of those things, but we've been trying to keep a benchmark there. And then that $3.1 million, that goes back to all of those things, some of which you mentioned earlier, the additional assistant principal at Manchester Valley, school psychologists, behavior therapists, special educators, all of those things, that counselors for every school, all of those things that were highlighted in that very public process. So, these would be the priorities that you've identified over some period of time that you would spend whatever revenue you receive and you now have a much clearer sense tonight about how much revenue you're talking about. So the point tonight was just to give you those updates, and then one unfortunate thing that I haven't said yet.
Ms. Savigny.
Oh, yeah, before you move on, John, can we talk about when do you think you'll have a better analysis of how many additional teachers we will need because of the planning time changes? Because I think we're going to have to take a look at that for sure. Like, that's going to require significant additional dollar amounts, and we'd want to look at, what does that mean in terms of if we're not able to fund those positions, then what does that do to class size, right? Like, in order to do it in a financially neutral way.
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I do have an answer. And it also gets to a bigger question beyond that specific to anything, is when do we and how do we start to talk more broadly about this blueprint and what it would mean with different stakeholders. And Dr. Lockhart asks me that frequently, like, what's your plan to begin to, and the thing I keep saying to him is, I don't know how to do that when there are so few answers to very critical questions. So I'm going to show up with employee groups and PTAs and whoever and say, here's an overview of the blueprint. And they go, I have a question. And I go, I don't know the answer to that yet. I hope to get that. There's going to be a lot of that. The topic you raised is one of those. So if we made several assumptions, Ernesto and I could probably do a report in May on what we believe the requirement of teaching positions would be. But that assumes some things, and it also lacks answers from the state that we're hoping to get. And I really want to not delve into things that other people might perceive as bargaining topics. But what, for instance, for one example, 60% of what? 60% of the week, 60% of the month, 60% of your entire duty year as a teacher. Because whatever the official answer to that is, can greatly change exactly how many teachers you need, because there could be multiple ways for a Board of Ed to begin to solve that problem. Extending the duty year would be a different way to solve that problem, in part, than simply adding FTE on the current duty year. But we don't know what we don't know what counts as 10% yet for sure. There's a lot of things we don't know, but those are the kind of answers we really need from a governance level. And those are the kind of answers that are not coming, at least not yet. So we could do that report. I mean, that could be our May report, but it would assume a lot of things that we're not sure we know for sure would be the answer.
How much additional work does it require to do those different scenarios? Like, well, if it was 60% of a week, or if it was 60% of a month, or 60% of a duty year?
I think we could do that. But
is that a lot of additional work for each one of those scenarios?
Ernesto loves work.
I mean, just to bookend it, right?
Right,
Like,
and there would be an understanding. This isn't the final analysis. This is just a working model.
Right.
We could do that, and we could talk about it. And see, there's another thing that's going to be, I think, and I work here, so I'm biased, but I think a little bit different for Carroll than maybe another place, because everyone has the same timeline to phase in to meet that requirement. But can we hire at the same rate as everyone else? Or do we need to be, trying to be ahead of that curve?
I don't think
with hiring?
anybody's going to be able to hire
Maybe
at the pace
not.
required.
But are we in a better or worse position relative to everyone else? And presumably, I assume any county would say it'd be better to get started on it sooner. But we're not going to be in a fiscal position to get started on anything sooner. So this has turned out to be a struggle. And here's another piece of bad news that I haven't gone over yet in your slide deck. Back in January, so I'll own this a little bit. Back in January, I became aware of this, but I had a lot of belief based on talking to folks in Annapolis that this was going to be a problem that was going to be resolved with a supplemental budget. The state has a projected surplus that's pretty huge, and even the most recent Board of Revenue estimates wrote that projected surplus up even higher. And supplemental budgets have been free-flowing in Maryland during this General Assembly in huge dollar amounts. And so when people in Annapolis or people connected to Annapolis had said, I really think this is going to be handled by a supplemental budget, I felt pretty good about that and thought, okay, let's see where that goes. And then within the last 2 weeks of session, and Mr. Kyler, I think, was with me at one of the MABE legislative committee meetings, it started to become worrisome to the folks at MABE that maybe this wasn't going to happen with a supplemental budget during session, and therefore maybe not at all. And so that is what happened. So Monday came and went, and as of yet, there's been no supplemental budget to address this, but this is an actuarial-driven figure. So the state actuaries have looked at rates of return and projected rates of return on the pension system investments and have decided that they're going to not continue on a certain trajectory, and therefore all of the local agencies who are members who have an employer cost as an employer member have a change in what's called the normal cost of pension, and then also the administrative fees. There's always been that, is going to be in fiscal year 23. And so statewide, that's 76 and a half as the normal cost, and then administrative fees at 1.7. Locally, when DLS breaks that out, that's 1.9 million for us for the normal cost increase, actuarial increase, and 43.6 for administrative fees. So this is not something that's been in your budget as an expenditure. I do not think that it's yet impossible for the governor to release a supplemental budget. I don't think he's bound to the 90-day session. I need to check with more informed people on that, but I believe I remember in the past scenarios where governors release supplementals into the summer, so I don't know that it's not still possible, but it certainly is always better when it happens as part of the maneuvering and the process to round out the legislative session, and that didn't happen. And so this is something that, you know, as of that May meeting, I think I called Mr. Kyler and said, we knew we wanted to bring here and highlight for you. I don't know that it's something you need to try to solve tonight. I think we can spend a little more time investigating what some other folks perceive may or may not happen at the state level and come up with different ways to address this when we come back to you, when in May you reconcile your final budget to revenues and vote on a budget. You know, this, for instance, this might be something you want to try to pay for with one-time money and hope that the actuarial picture changes for a future year, or at least if not, you're more aware of it as you plan a budget than trying and sort of finding out as we were already, you know, into the planned budget year. So that's all I have.
Do you know what interest rate they're using to do those actuarial
I can
projections?
get it. I don't know it standing here. I don't know. Do you know it sitting there? Well, I'll get it for you. There's a full analysis of this from DLS that I can send.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
It's a good way to end the evening, huh?
Yeah.
Thanks for depressing us.
Yeah.
Superintendent search. All board members have signed confidentiality agreements for this process. We want to be as transparent as possible within those guidelines. We started by looking at possibilities for a consultant to conduct a search. On December 8th, 2021, the board approved a professional services contract with the Maryland Association of Boards of Education to conduct our search. We met with May virtually on December 21st and met face-to-face with them on January 26th. We advertised a stakeholder survey, collected the results, and reviewed it. We approved the application and all associated paperwork and opened the application process on February 1st with a deadline of March 7th. MABE screened the applications as they arrived. They gave us all applications received. We adopted interview questions, reviewed applications, generated first interview questions, and confirmed the process and procedures. The first round interviews were conducted. We pared down the list of applicants and scheduled the second round interviews. They will happen in the next 2 weeks. We hope to do a stakeholder involvement in early May and announce the decision in May. And I left it just as in May, not knowing how many meetings we're going to have and which one we'll be ready for. Any questions? Community Advisory Council.
The Community Advisory Council will meet on Tuesday, April 26th at 7 p.m. The agenda will include a presentation on extended learning opportunities and summer recovery. Time has been allowed for a focus group conducted by the Carroll County Local Management Board, an organization within Carroll County government that oversees and ensures the implementation of services for children, youth, and families. The purpose of this focus group is to identify which county services are available and which might be needed in Carroll County. The Community Advisory Council has been identified as a good group to input on offering suggestions. I do have a quick question. Do we have a partnership or an MOU with that?
We are a member, I believe, local management board.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for the superintendent search. So May is coming up really fast. So do we have a certain dates or a timeline on like when the stakeholder involvement will be, and have stakeholders been reached out to about that?
If all goes as planned, and I just said early May, I think in all probability, it'll be the second week of May. Now, that's going to depend on how the second round interviews go and what choices we make there, but I think you can assume it's going to be, we almost have to get it done by the second week in May if we're going to announce it in May.
So have stakeholders been reached out to?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
not yet. I would think,
Yeah, we're going over.
yeah, well, I would just think that'll be discussed in the next couple of weeks, but it has not. I can say that much.
Just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Any unfinished business, new business?
I do have a quick question. I was wondering, Devanshi, if there is a way that the board or the public could get the voting results for the new student rep, like the number of votes per school.
So we have it as part of our new election process and the changes to election, as in the CCSJ Constitution and bylaws, that if people would like to view the statistics regarding the election, then they can receive it at the discretion of our CCSJ advisor, Mr. Mulhorn. So I would encourage reaching out to him regarding getting the statistics for that.
Okay. Because I think it'd be nice to see how many high schools actually participate and number of kids.
We can get that information for you. from
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Nolan.
that would be important. Okay. All right, and then we know next year, like, we need what needs to be done.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
I can tell you that every high school voted. There were certain differences in percentages of students, but every high school voted in this election.
Okay, all right. And you said it was a little over 1,000?
1,800. Over
1,800
over
students
1,800.
altogether?
Yes.
That just seems low for the amount of high school students we have.
But I think
Okay.
considering that this was our first year actually getting the process started, this is a pretty good number, especially considering that students have the option to vote, and which means that they also have the option to abstain from voting. So, as it is in the real world.
Right, right. Okay.
That's probably between 20 and 25% of the student body population.
Maybe less than that.
It's about 8,000 in the high schools? No, 7,000 in the high schools.
Mr. King,
I'm
how
not
many
sure.
students are in our high schools?
A
little over 8,000.
Okay.
Okay.
So I was thinking 8 was high schools, right?
Yeah.
7,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so we put all the information out there regarding the election weeks beforehand. So I think for the first year, this was a good turnout. And hopefully now that more students are aware of the Schwab position, we have greater interest in not only applying, but also voting in future years.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other unfinished new business? We have a tentative scheduled meeting, 5 p.m. Wednesday, April 27th, board meeting with citizen participation in the boardroom. What do you think, what's the odds we need that meeting, and That's 2 weeks away. Would we decide next week? When will we know?
I think we likely will need a closed meeting as we continue our negotiations process, and then,
Maybe not an open that day.
correct, but we can certainly talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but for the public, then that'll be announced maybe in a week.
Right.
Once we see budget, whatever, there, if there's anything else we need to do. And then 5 PM Wednesday, May 11th, we have a board meeting scheduled with citizen participation.
Right.
Sorry. And don't we have a work session in this timeframe in early May?
We do. Early May, there's a hold for a budget.
You had it on
Budget
your
work
May
session.
4th? Yeah, so May 4th, there is a work session and budget here?
So it depends. We always hold,
I said that I couldn't make that one.
we always hold a date for a work session so that because typically the Board of Ed has to reconcile its final budget back to revenues. Now, if Commissioner Frazier gives you the full 4 million, you'd have less to reconcile.
I heard he was talking 5.
There you
He
go.
found extra. Oh, that hit the mic. Just rumors.
Now, I heard we're building a casino to cover all this stuff, right? We got
What?
horses, I mean, we can go
But
racing.
so, do we have a May 4th? Probably?
I would say it's probably a good idea to hold, so the other big factor would be collective bargaining and where that is at that moment. And I guess ultimately, how much more discussion do the board members feel like you need to have on your, what you would do with anticipated revenue from that list of priorities?
So is it fair that maybe in a week when we announce what we're doing on the 27th, we can also say, and we're gonna have a work session or not?
Right.
Okay.
Is it, I just wanted to say I'm out of town on that
Fourth?
May 4th date, so just throwing that out there. No, I'm not. Maybe.
Any other questions, comments? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Who wants to stay here? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Nice seeing you, Dennis.
Bye. Don't forget.
Yeah, after that, you were.
Yeah, I know.